Welcome to History Teller YT, where the past isn't just remembered. It's revived, reshaped, and retold with the full force of human emotion. Today's journey takes us into one of the darkest, most transformative chapters in human history. The Irish Great Famine of 1845 to 1852, a disaster that shattered a nation, reshaped the world, and created a global Irish identity that survives to this day. This is not just a story of crop failure. It is a story of human endurance, of political failure, of families torn apart, of mass migration, of villages vanishing, of a culture fighting to survive, and of a people who refused to let tragedy erase their identity. In this 20-part deep dive series, we will walk the famine roads, enter the silent ruins, witness eviction and exile, sail on coffin ships, stand with doctors and priests in fever sheds, hear the voices of starving mothers and orphaned children, explore global reactions from the U.S. to the Ottoman Empire, follow the rise of nationalism, and watch how Ireland transformed this unbearable pain into strength, pride, and global community. This is a story of heartbreak, but also a story of hope, a story of loss, but also of rebirth, a story that begins with hunger, but ends with a worldwide Irish family that continues to shape the future. If you are ready to experience history not just as facts, but as human life, then stay with me, because once this story begins, you will feel every step, every tear, every hope, and every heartbeat. This is the Irish Great Famine, told the way it was meant to be told. Only here on History Teller YT. In the decades leading up to the Irish potato famine, Ireland existed in a state of deep structural tension, an imbalance of power and resources that had been centuries in the making. Although the land was breathtakingly green and fertile to the eye, much of it was owned by absentee landlords, many of whom lived in England or in the affluent circles around Dublin's urban elite. The overwhelming majority of Irish Catholics, who formed the backbone of the rural population, lived as tenant farmers or subtenants, paying rent to landlords who seldom saw the fields that sustained them. For generations, colonial policies, economic exploitation, and systematic disenfranchisement had molded Irish society into a precariously tiered structure where millions survived on the thinnest of margins. Beneath this fragile facade lay a population vulnerable to disruption, their livelihoods tethered precariously to the single crop that thrived in small plots: the potato. The Irish reliance on potatoes was not merely a matter of tradition, but of survival. Roughly 3 million out of 8 million people depended almost exclusively on the crop, a testament to both its nutritional efficiency and the poverty of those who relied upon it. A single acre of potatoes could feed a family through an entire year, providing vitamins, carbohydrates, and enough caloric density to support hard physical labor. Yet this dependence also meant that the stability of the entire rural population hinged on the health of one plant species. While a diversified agricultural economy might have absorbed shocks, Ireland's was shaped by unequal land distribution, colonial market forces that exported grain abroad even during scarcity, and a rural culture forced into monosubsistence by circumstance rather than choice. In these years before the blight, Irish villages bustled with life despite their hardships. Families gathered around peat fires under thatched roofs. Small children tended goats and chickens, and the rhythms of the agricultural year defined existence. British governance loomed as a distant authority, felt mostly through rents, taxes, and the strictures of law rather than through meaningful investment in welfare or rural reform. Tensions simmered. Secret agrarian societies resisted eviction practices. Political activists demanded greater autonomy, and cultural leaders sought to preserve the Irish language in the face of Anglicization. The land sang with old folk songs and whispered with the collective memory of previous hardships, yet no one, neither farmer nor landlord nor official, anticipated the scale of the disaster that was about to arrive. In 1845, the blight would strike with an almost biblical severity, unleashing hunger, fear, and a cascade of political failures that would reshape Irish history, fuel a global diaspora, and leave wounds whose echoes persist into the modern era. The political environment of early 19th century Ireland was a complex interplay of tension, resistance, and the long shadow of British imperial governance. By the time the 1840s arrived, Ireland was legally part of the United Kingdom following the Act of Union of 1801, yet the relationship between Ireland and Britain remained fraught. Most Irish Catholics were still excluded from meaningful political participation, even after the long-fought Catholic emancipation of 1829 granted some civil rights. Despite that victory, power remained overwhelmingly concentrated in the hands of Protestant landowners and British administrators. This imbalance created resentment, distrust, and a sense among many Irish people that the state existed primarily to extract resources rather than to nurture or protect them. Nationalist sentiment simmered in various forms. Daniel O'Connell, known as the Liberator, had led mass movements that mobilized millions across the island in peaceful political campaigns. His Repeal Association sought to undo the Act of Union and restore Ireland's own parliament. But while the movement showed the power of political organization, it also revealed the limits imposed by British policy. London feared that granting Ireland legislative independence would weaken imperial unity, and so they suppressed the movement despite its peaceful nature. This oppression had profound consequences. It signaled to many Irish people that constitutional activism, no matter how vast or peaceful, could not overcome the entrenched interests of the empire. At the same time, rural unrest continued in shadowy forms. Secret societies, such as the White Boys or Ribbon Men, resisted evictions, rent hikes, and exploitative landlord practices. Their actions varied from symbolic defiance to violent reprisals, but they were responses to a system that offered little legal protection to impoverished tenants. The courts, controlled largely by landlords and Protestant elites, often punished agrarian protest harshly, reinforcing the sense of injustice felt by the rural poor. These tensions created a brittle political environment in which trust between the governed and the governing was minimal. Economically, Ireland was integrated into the British trade system in ways that disadvantaged domestic stability. Large estates prioritized exports of grain and livestock to the British market because it brought higher profits, leaving local populations reliant on small potato plots to sustain themselves. Industrial development remained overwhelmingly concentrated in the north, particularly around Belfast, while the rest of the island remained predominantly agricultural. This lack of diversification meant that the rural population, already vulnerable, had no economic safety net. When the potato blight struck in 1845, these political and economic structures would determine how the crisis unfolded. The response, or more accurately, the failure of response, was shaped by political ideologies that prioritized market principles over humanitarian obligations, and by the long history of colonial governance that viewed Irish suffering through a lens of moral judgment rather than social responsibility. The stage was set for catastrophe, not because the potato alone failed, but because the political landscape made the failure fatal. To understand the magnitude of the Irish potato famine's devastation, one must first grasp the everyday realities of rural Irish life in the early 19th century. Most families lived in simple one-room or two-room cottages built from mud, stone, or turf. The hearth was the center of domestic life, providing warmth during harsh winters and serving as a communal space where stories, songs, and traditional Irish folklore were passed from generation to generation. Children grew up learning not from formal schooling. Many had little or none, but from seasonal labor, cultural memory, and the oral tradition that bound communities together. Education, when available, often took place in informal hedge schools, where itinerant teachers instructed children in secret during decades when Catholic education was suppressed. Rural society was organized around kinship, reciprocity, and communal labor. Families helped one another with planting, harvesting, building, and caring for livestock. Festivals, wakes, weddings, and market fairs serve as essential social anchors, reinforcing bonds that allowed communities to survive despite their poverty. Yet beneath the solidarity lay profound vulnerability. A single illness, a bad harvest, or an eviction could plunge a family into destitution. Many tenants held land without formal leases, meaning that landlords could evict them with little warning. Rack renting, charging inflated rents for poor quality land, was common, forcing tenants to subdivide their plots into ever smaller holdings with each generation. The potato allowed this fragile system to function. Its reliability, nutritional density, and ability to grow in marginal soil meant that even tiny plots could sustain large families. But it also masked the deeper systemic issues. With potatoes providing the caloric foundation of life, other crops, oats, wheat, barley, were grown not for consumption, but for export. Ireland exported abundant food, even in years of scarcity, a structural contradiction that would become tragically visible during the famine. Culturally, the Irish language remained dominant in rural regions, especially in the West and Southwest. The Gaeltacht areas were rich with songs, mythology, and storytelling traditions that carried echoes of ancient Celtic heritage. But these regions were also among the poorest, and their reliance on small potato patches would make them some of the hardest hit when disaster arrived. The social fabric of rural life, though close-knit and culturally vibrant, was stretched thin by poverty, colonial policies, and demographic pressures. In this world, resilient but precarious, communal yet burdened by systemic injustice, the arrival of potato blight in 1845 was not merely an agricultural crisis. It was the final catalyst that exposed every underlying weakness: inequitable land systems, exploitative economics, political neglect, and the fragility of subsistence living. The social fabric, though strong, would soon be stretched past its breaking point. The famine would not simply change Ireland. It would transform the identity, geography, language, and global footprint of the Irish people forever. The summer of 1845 began like many others in rural Ireland. Families tended their potato ridges, livestock grazed in patchwork fields, and hopes for a stable harvest carried people through the long days of labor. But beneath the ordinary rhythms of village life, subtle warnings began to ripple across the island. Farmers noticed that some leaves on their potato plants were curling strangely, showing dark patches that seemed to spread overnight. At first, people blamed local conditions, excess moisture, an early frost, or even the wrath of supernatural forces invoked in old folklore. But within weeks, the problem grew too widespread to ignore. Reports came from the South, the West, and the Midlands. Potato fields smelled of decay, and whole ridges collapsed into blackened mush. What had begun as small blotches on leaves rapidly escalated into destruction, leaving families puzzled, alarmed, and increasingly afraid. Unbeknownst to the Irish farmers, the culprit was a new and aggressive strain of Phytophthora infestans, a blight fungus-like organism that had swept through North America earlier that year and now crossed the Atlantic on ships bound for European ports. Weather conditions in 1845, especially warm days followed by humid, misty nights, created the perfect breeding ground for the pathogen. Once spores landed on potato plants, they spread voraciously, first infecting leaves, then traveling down stems to the tubers underground. Entire fields that had looked lush and promising one week were reduced to rot the next. This rapid collapse devastated rural communities that relied almost entirely on the crop for survival. The shock of the blight's arrival was compounded by disbelief. The potato had been a reliable companion for generations, surviving cold winters, poor soil, and neglect. To see it fail so dramatically and across such a vast scale felt like a betrayal of the natural order. Many farmers dug into their fields hoping to salvage what they could, only to find brown, foul-smelling tubers that dissolved in their hands. The emotional impact of this sudden loss was profound. Men wept openly in the fields, mothers panicked about the coming winter, and village priests found themselves comforting communities already fearing the specter of hunger. Although the first year's blight did not destroy the entire crop, its spread was alarming enough to warn of impending crisis. Families scrambled to save the uninfected potatoes by drying, grinding, or burying them more deeply. But even these efforts often failed as the rot continued underground. People's memories recorded the 1845 harvest as the moment when a dependable world began to crack. The British newspapers acknowledged the disease, but downplayed its severity, while local magistrates sent increasingly desperate reports to Dublin Castle. The blight had arrived as a silent killer, one that Ireland was wholly unprepared to face. When news of the potato blight reached London, the British government confronted its first major test of responsibility toward Ireland during the crisis. At the time, the administration was led by Prime Minister Sir Robert Peel, a man who recognized the potential scale of the disaster, yet was constrained by political pressures, ideological divisions, and the entrenched attitudes of a governing class that viewed Ireland through a lens of economic and moral suspicion. Peel's advisors debated the extent of intervention needed, with some urging immediate relief and others arguing that any government assistance might encourage dependency among the Irish poor. The debate revealed a fundamental problem. Many policymakers believed that famine resulted not only from crop failure, but also from Irish social shortcomings, such as perceived laziness or overpopulation. These prejudiced assumptions would shape responses for years. Nevertheless, Peel took several early actions, acknowledging that the potato blight threatened millions. He established a scientific commission to investigate the cause of the disease, though its conclusions were inconclusive and sometimes misguided. More consequentially, Peel arranged for the secret purchase of 100,000 pounds worth of Indian corn maize from the United States. This maize was intended to serve as an emergency food supply for Ireland, though it required milling and cooking techniques unfamiliar to the Irish rural population. The grain was also coarse and difficult to digest without proper preparation, earning it the nickname Peel's Brimstone. Still, it was one of the earliest governmental relief measures in the crisis and signaled Peel's willingness to act. Yet broader reforms were hindered by political ideology. Many in Peel's cabinet adhered strictly to the doctrine of laissez-faire economics, the belief that markets should operate without government interference. According to this logic, food scarcity would raise prices, encouraging private merchants to import grain, ultimately stabilizing the market. Any direct food distribution or price controls, they argued, would distort this natural correction. This rigid commitment to economic theory proved disastrously incompatible with the humanitarian crisis emerging in Ireland. Private merchants were slow to import grain due to high risk, poor infrastructure, and uncertainty about demand. Meanwhile, food prices soared beyond the reach of the poorest families. Additionally, local Irish authorities were expected to shoulder much of the burden through the poor law system, which relied on workhouses for relief. But these workhouses were already overcrowded and underfunded. The government's insistence on limiting national expenditure left the responsibility for relief on the very communities least capable of supporting themselves. The ideological barriers, fear of dependency, faith in free markets, and colonial prejudices would only grow stronger under Peel's successor, Lord John Russell, whose administration would ultimately preside over the deadliest years of the famine. In this early stage, the government's response combined hesitant intervention with rigid adherence to flawed principles. The seeds of catastrophe were sown not only by the blight in the fields, but also by the political ideas that shaped policy from afar. As the year 1845 drew to a close, the blight's effects began transforming daily life across Ireland. The winter months intensified the uncertainty, hunger, and anxiety that had taken root since the first signs of crop failure. Families who once stored ample potatoes to last through the cold season now faced dwindling supplies. Many rationed their remaining food carefully, counting each meal and calculating how long the stores might last. Some households ground spoiled potatoes into a paste, attempting to salvage what they could, while others mixed potatoes with grains or foraged for roots, berries, and seaweed along coastal regions. Yet despite these efforts, the shadow of hunger grew heavier each passing week. In many villages, the traditional winter gatherings, ceilidhs filled with songs, tales, and dancing, grew muted. Conversations turned instead to rumors of relief, the spread of disease, and the uncertain future. Priests reported increased attendance at Mass, as people sought spiritual comfort amid rising fear. The psychological burden of waiting for spring, uncertain whether the next planting would survive, weighed heavily on communities already accustomed to hardship. The long nights felt longer, illuminated not by hope, but by a creeping dread of what lay ahead. Health conditions deteriorated quickly. Malnutrition weakened immune systems, leaving people susceptible to illnesses like typhus, relapsing fever, and dysentery, which would become major killers in later years. In overcrowded cottages, sickness spread rapidly, turning hunger into a deadly combination of starvation and disease. Families who had once shared close quarters as a symbol of unity now found themselves trapped in spaces where illness thrived. The poor ventilation, damp walls, and lack of sanitation turned homes into breeding grounds for epidemics. Throughout the winter, social tensions intensified. Some landlords, recognizing the crisis, temporarily reduced rents or delayed collections. Others, however, continued evictions, seeing the famine as an opportunity to clear small tenants from their estates and consolidate land into larger, more profitable farms. These evictions shattered communities that were already struggling, forcing families to abandon homes that had sheltered generations. Roadside ditches filled with makeshift shelters built from branches, turf, and old thatch torn from abandoned cottages. Meanwhile, many Irish newspapers reported the worsening conditions, pleading for stronger government action. Yet other publications, especially British ones, minimized the crisis or claimed that reports were exaggerated. This gap in perception between Ireland and Britain created a dangerous mismatch between need and response, one that would worsen the following year when the blight returned with even greater ferocity. By early 1846, it was clear that the famine was no temporary hardship. It was becoming a national catastrophe, with its full magnitude still unseen, but deeply felt in the tightening stomachs, hollow faces, and anxious hearts of millions. The winter left people physically weakened and emotionally exhausted, setting the stage for the second, and far more devastating, wave of the crisis. When spring arrived in 1846, a fragile optimism flickered across Ireland. After enduring a winter of near starvation, illness, and anxiety, many families clung to the hope that the new planting season would bring relief. Rural communities placed tremendous faith in the idea that the blight of 1845 had been a terrible anomaly, one of nature's cruel but temporary blows. By early April, families were back in the fields, digging, planting seed potatoes, turning soil, and trying to reclaim a sense of normalcy. Even those who had lost much of their food reserves still believed that if they could just plant this year's crop, life might recover. But nature had other plans. By late June, farmers began noticing the same ominous signs as the previous year. Dark lesions on leaves, the faint metallic smell of decay, and stalks collapsing in the rain-heavy breeze. At first, people tried to deny what they saw. Some blamed individual plots or local weather, refusing to believe that disaster could strike again so soon. But as July crept across the island, that fleeting hope collapsed. The blight returned with a vengeance, faster, harsher, and more widespread than before. In some areas, entire fields blackened within 48 hours, a near instantaneous destruction that left families horrified at the scale and speed of the devastation. This second wave of blight struck deeper psychologically than the first. The shock of 1845 had been terrible, but at least people had believed that time and human resilience would restore stability. In 1846, that belief crumbled. Now, the failure of the potato was not a one-time catastrophe. It was a pattern. It was a force far bigger than any community, landlord, priest, or local authority could manage. People who had endured the first famine year with determination now found themselves confronting despair. The ground beneath their feet, both literally and metaphorically, had failed them again. As the blight spread across the countryside, fear became nearly universal. Families who had planted every potato they could find for fear of starvation now realized that their gamble had failed. Most had nothing left to fall back on. The shortage of seed potatoes meant that vast stretches of land produced nothing but fields of rot. The smell of decaying crops filled the air, lingering over villages like the scent of death. The return of the blight was not simply a crop failure. It was the collapse of hope, a stark reminder that nature's betrayal had become an ongoing, unstoppable force. By August, many Irish households had already exhausted whatever meager reserves they had carried through the winter. Hunger began growing with a speed that was terrifying even by the standards of the previous year. What people had feared was now unfolding before their eyes. The real famine, the one that would be remembered for generations, had begun in earnest. The return of the blight in 1846 ensured that Ireland was no longer facing a temporary crisis. It was entering a prolonged national tragedy, one that would reshape its population, its politics, and its destiny. While the Irish people struggled against starvation and disease, political upheaval in London shaped the trajectory of relief efforts. Prime Minister Sir Robert Peel, though limited by prevailing economic theories and prejudices, had at least attempted to intervene in ways that acknowledged Ireland's dire situation. His secret importation of Indian corn, his modest public works programs, and his cautious calls for further relief were steps toward mitigating the crisis. However, Peel's most consequential political initiative, the repeal of the Corn Laws, triggered the fall of his government at the very moment Ireland most needed decisive leadership. The Corn Laws, long-standing tariffs on imported grain, kept food prices artificially high to protect British landowners. Their existence was intertwined with the interests of the landed aristocracy, many of whom held immense political influence. Peel believed that removing these tariffs would reduce food prices and help alleviate hunger, not only in Ireland but across the United Kingdom. The Irish famine, in Peel's mind, offered an undeniable moral justification for free trade reforms. But to many in Parliament, particularly within Peel's own Conservative Party, this was an unforgivable betrayal of the landed class. The debate in Parliament was heated and deeply divisive. Peel argued that rigid protectionism was incompatible with humanitarian necessity and that markets required flexibility to stabilize during crisis. His critics accused him of exploiting Ireland's suffering to push ideological reforms. Meanwhile, Irish representatives begged the government to focus more directly on relief measures rather than internal political disputes. For weeks, the future of grain policy and the stability of the government remained uncertain, even as hunger and disease accelerated in the Irish countryside. By June 1846, Peel succeeded in repealing the Corn Laws, but the victory came at the cost of his administration. His party fractured, and a vote of no confidence forced his resignation. His replacement, Lord John Russell of the Whig Party, inherited the Irish famine at its most dangerous juncture. While Peel had shown a willingness to intervene, however imperfectly, Russell's government embraced an even stricter form of laissez-faire ideology. Influential figures like Charles Trevelyan, the Assistant Secretary to the Treasury, believed that famine was not only a natural event, but also a necessary corrective to what they saw as the backwardness of Irish society. With Peel gone, the already limited relief measures he had established began to shrink. The government halted the Indian corn distribution, insisting that the private market should now provide food. Public works programs, which had offered employment to many starving families, were reorganized in ways that made them bureaucratically burdensome and increasingly inaccessible. The ideological shift under Russell's administration would mark the beginning of the famine's deadliest phase, where policy failures would amplify natural disaster into mass catastrophe. The fall of Peel's government had consequences far beyond London's political circles. For the Irish poor, it meant the end of even modest efforts to cushion the disaster. Without central leadership committed to intervention, the path forward for Ireland darkened considerably. The collapse of political support in London coincided with the literal collapse of the potato crop across Ireland, a devastating convergence that deepened the suffering of millions. With the return of the blight in 1846 and the arrival of the Russell administration, Ireland entered a period defined by uncertainty, hunger, and bureaucratic frustration. Public works projects, intended to provide employment so families could buy food, became the government's primary relief mechanism. On paper, these projects were meant to allow dignified self-help. In practice, they were chaotic, poorly organized, and often cruelly designed. Tens of thousands of starving men were assigned to build pointless infrastructure, roads that led nowhere, walls that enclosed nothing, and piers that ships could never use. Many of these tasks required backbreaking labor, performed by people who had not eaten adequately in weeks or months. Workers staggered under heavy tools, collapsing in trenches or on hillsides. Supervisors often insisted on strict discipline, docking wages for lateness or perceived laziness, even when workers fainted from hunger. Payment was frequently delayed, forcing families to survive for days without food while waiting for wages that might arrive too late. Women and children, who were excluded from public works employment, faced even greater uncertainty. Many roamed the countryside begging for scraps, knocking on the doors of neighbors, landlords, and strangers. Some landlords attempted to help. Others shut their gates, fearing that generosity would attract crowds. Mothers walked miles each day, hoping to find charity, carrying infants whose cries grew weaker as their bodies wasted away. Entire families were reduced to wandering, searching for work, food, or shelter, often finding none. As fall turned to winter, the desperation deepened. Many cottages lacked fuel. Peat and firewood became scarce as families burned everything they could find. Old furniture, timber from roofs, even doors. Clothes wore thin, leaving people exposed to biting winds and rain. Malnutrition made the population vulnerable to disease. Fevers swept through villages, spreading rapidly in overcrowded cottages. The sick lay beside the dying, and in some cases, the dead lay unburied for days because families were too weak to dig graves. The roadsides became markers of the country's descent into tragedy. Travelers frequently encountered entire families huddled together in ditches, too weak to continue walking. Some sat beside the bodies of loved ones, unable to leave them. Many children, left orphaned by starvation and disease, wandered alone, confused and terrified, surviving on whatever charity strangers could offer. Public authorities, overwhelmed by the scale of suffering, struggled to record deaths and evictions, let alone prevent them. By the end of 1846, it was clear that the famine had entered a catastrophic new phase. Public works were failing, food prices were soaring, and disease was spreading. The people of Ireland, already exhausted by a year of hunger, now faced a grim reality. The worst was still ahead. By early 1847, Ireland entered what would later be remembered as Black 47, the deadliest and most traumatic year of the entire famine. The public works projects, which had been intended to offer a dignified means of earning wages, had by this time spiraled into a humanitarian and administrative disaster. Workers staggered across muddy sites with shovels too heavy for their weakened bodies, laboring on pointless roads that led nowhere, or walls built purely to justify government expenditure. Their wages were inconsistent, often withheld for days or weeks. Even when money arrived, the skyrocketing price of food rendered it almost meaningless. These projects no longer offered survival, only a slow decline toward starvation. The British Treasury recognized that public works were failing, yet their solution emerged not from compassion, but from economic rationality. They determined that public works were too expensive to maintain and replaced them with temporary soup kitchens, funded by the Temporary Relief Act of February 1847, popularly known as the Soup Kitchen Act. The shift signaled a major transformation in policy. Instead of helping people earn wages to buy food, the new focus was on mass distribution of cooked meals. The government, in collaboration with local relief committees and international aid organizations, aimed to distribute free soup to millions. But the transition brought chaos. During the weeks between the shutdown of public works and the opening of soup kitchens, people had no access to wages or food. Families who had relied on daily earnings suddenly found themselves entirely without resources. This bureaucratic gap cost countless lives as hunger surged uncontrollably. Some workers collapsed on their final day at the work sites, too weak to walk home. Others attempted to travel long distances to rumored soup stations, only to find none yet functioning. When the soup kitchens finally opened, they quickly became lifelines for entire communities. Large cauldrons bubbled with a thin mixture of meal, vegetables, and occasionally meat. For many starving people, even this modest meal felt miraculous. Reports describe long lines, hundreds, sometimes thousands, standing for hours with tin cups, broken bowls, or makeshift containers. Mothers carried children too weak to stand. The elderly leaned on sticks, praying to reach the front before fainting. The kitchens operated with strict schedules, and those who arrived too late often went home empty-handed. Despite the relief they provided, the soup kitchens could not address the deeper structural collapse unfolding across the country. They offered temporary sustenance, but could not reverse the effects of long-term starvation, disease, and mass eviction. Many children, weakened beyond recovery, died even after receiving food. Adults too malnourished to digest solid ingredients sometimes collapsed minutes after eating. Still, the soup kitchens represented an acknowledgement, however limited, that previous relief measures had failed. For a fleeting moment, they slowed the death rate in some areas. But Black 47 was only beginning. The blight, disease, poverty, and political indifference formed a grim combination that no soup line could fully counter. Ireland was sliding into the darkest period of the famine, a period defined by mass death, hopelessness, and global attention that came far too late to save the countless lives already lost. As hunger intensified throughout 1847, disease became the country's most relentless killer. Starvation weakened immune systems to the point where even minor illnesses turned fatal. But it was the great epidemic diseases, typhus, relapsing fever, and dysentery, that swept across Ireland with terrifying speed. These diseases fed on overcrowded conditions, unwashed bodies, contaminated water, and the collapse of social structures. Entire villages became silent as sickness claimed lives faster than families could bury their dead. One of the most visible signs of this transformation was the spread of fever sheds. These makeshift hospitals, often nothing more than crude wooden structures, sprang up outside towns and workhouses. Inside, men, women, and children lay side by side on straw beds, soaked with sweat and blood, tended by overworked nurses and clergy. The air inside was thick with the smell of infection, and the cries of the dying echoed through the walls day and night. Priests administered last rites continuously. Doctors, lacking medicine and energy, could offer little more than compassion. The disease did not spare caregivers. Clergymen, doctors, and volunteers frequently died from exposure to the sick. In some towns, nearly every member of the relief committees succumbed to fever. The clergy suffered heavy losses, especially Catholic priests who moved fearlessly between homes, fever sheds, and burial grounds. Their deaths left moral and emotional voids in communities already buckling under despair. Workhouses, originally designed for a small number of the destitute, became overcrowded death traps. Built to hold a few hundred individuals, many soon housed several thousand. The poor law system required that people enter workhouses to receive relief, but admission came with strict conditions, including the separation of families. Parents were often separated from children, husbands from wives, an emotional blow that compounded the agony of starvation. Inside, disease spread with rapid, deadly efficiency. The stench from overcrowded rooms, shared bedding, and open latrines made the workhouse synonymous with suffering. Outside the institutional buildings, the Irish landscape itself changed dramatically. Roadsides became dotted with corpses. Travelers frequently encountered bodies at ditches, fields, and riverbanks. Towns struggled to find enough coffins and graveyard space. In some regions, mass graves, known as famine pits, became the only option. People were buried without ceremony, without names, and often without relatives present. The earth swallowed thousands whose identities vanished with their final breath. Fields lay untended. Many farms were abandoned as families either died or emigrated. Stone cottages, once lively with music and hearth fire, fell into ruin. Entire regions in the West became depopulated. Places that had bustled with laughter, gossip, and the rhythms of rural life now echoed with wind passing through empty homes. The psychological impact of such widespread death and decay was immense. Grief hung over the country like a permanent fog. Survivors walked through landscapes that mirrored their internal emptiness. Fields barren of crops, homes barren of families, communities barren of future prospects. The famine did not merely starve bodies, it starved hope itself. Black 47 marked the point where the Irish people confronted not only hunger, but existential devastation, questioning how a society could survive when surrounded by such overwhelming loss. Despite the immense suffering within Ireland, the international response to the famine offered a rare glimmer of humanity during the darkest year. News of the catastrophe spread slowly at first, hindered by political indifference and Britain's reluctance to admit the scale of the disaster. But as eyewitness reports circulated in Europe and the United States, global sympathy began to grow. Nations, communities, charitable organizations, and individuals from diverse backgrounds stepped forward to offer help, recognizing the moral enormity of Ireland's plight. One of the most remarkable sources of aid came from the Choctaw Nation in the United States. Despite having recently endured the horrific Trail of Tears, where thousands of their own people died during forced relocation, they raised and donated $170, a substantial sum at the time, to help starving Irish families. Their generosity became a lasting symbol of compassion from one oppressed people to another, a story still honored by Ireland today. Aid also poured in from other corners of the world. In the United States, churches, civic groups, and Irish immigrant communities organized donations. Ships crossed the Atlantic filled with flour, grain, clothing, and funds. American cities like Boston, New York, and Philadelphia became key hubs for relief efforts. Even the U.S. military became involved when the USS Jamestown, captained by Robert Bennett Forbes, sailed to Ireland carrying food, blankets, and supplies. In Britain, however, the response remained divided. Many ordinary British citizens donated generously to relief funds, but sections of the political elite maintained a rigid ideological stance against large-scale government aid. Some British newspapers portrayed the famine as the result of Irish mismanagement or moral failing, attitudes that slowed potential intervention at critical moments. Yet at the same time, humanitarian groups such as the Quakers, the Society of Friends, mobilized to create soup kitchens, distribute clothing, and offer direct assistance to the most vulnerable. Their work saved countless lives and stood in stark contrast to the government's hesitation. European nations also contributed. Italy, France, Germany, and even regions struggling with their own shortages found ways to send aid. Pope Pius IX issued a global appeal for assistance and donated from his personal fortune. Jewish communities across Europe and America contributed generously as well, even though many of them lived under their own forms of hardship and discrimination. This international attention placed a spotlight on the British government, increasing criticism of its limited relief policies. Observers from abroad were shocked that such a catastrophe could unfold within one of the world's wealthiest empires. Reports described emaciated bodies, fever-ridden cottages, and children dying at the doors of shuttered workhouses. These images galvanized global sympathy and deepened global scrutiny. Yet, for all the generosity, international aid could not come close to addressing the vast scale of suffering. Millions needed assistance, and the logistical challenges of distribution, poor roads, remote villages, lack of local resources, limited the impact of foreign donations. Still, the compassion shown by the world provided moral support to a nation consumed by tragedy. It reminded the Irish that they were not entirely forgotten, even as their own government often failed them. By 1847, workhouses, originally designed as institutions of last resort, had become central symbols of Ireland's suffering. These facilities, meant to hold only a few hundred destitute individuals, were suddenly required to absorb thousands. Constructed during the 1830s under the poor law system, workhouses were intended to discourage dependency through harsh discipline, Spartan living conditions, and strict separation of families. Their philosophy assumed that only the truly desperate would enter such institutions. But the famine shattered every assumption underlying this structure. Instead of a few idle poor, entire rural communities now face starvation, leaving workhouses overwhelmed by a scale of desperation unimaginable to their designers. Inside the overcrowded buildings, every corner was filled. Corridors became makeshift dormitories. Floors were lined with straw beds packed tightly together, often soaked in sweat, vomit, or worse. The smell of sickness lingered in the air, mixing with the scent of unwashed bodies and the stale odor of poor quality food. Workhouse meals consisted of thin porridge, bread of inconsistent quality, and occasionally potatoes when available. Water was often contaminated, contributing to outbreaks of dysentery and fever. Nurses and staff were overwhelmed, forced to treat hundreds of patients with only primitive tools and minimal supplies. The overcrowding also intensified the emotional agony of separation. Under poor law rules, families entering a workhouse were divided by gender and age. Husbands sent one direction, wives another, children to separate wards. For many families, this was the most traumatic element of workhouse life. Mothers clung to screaming children at the gate, begging officials not to separate them, but rules left no room for compassion. Fathers were forced to watch their families pulled apart, powerless to resist. For families already weakened by hunger, this emotional rupture often proved fatal, not only physically but psychologically. Even the admission process reflected the cruelty of the system. Starving families walked miles to reach a workhouse, only to find locked gates and long queues stretching down the streets. Some waited for days in the cold and rain, huddled together while illness spread around them. 2 or 3 members of a family might die before the rest were admitted. Gatekeepers sometimes refused entry to those who were visibly dying, seeing them as burdens rather than human beings in need of help. Inside, disease spread like wildfire. Fever sheds, temporary wooden buildings used to isolate the sick, overflowed rapidly. Workhouse mortality rates skyrocketed, with some institutions losing hundreds of inmates in a single month. In Clifton, Skibbereen, Ballinrobe, and Mullingar, death counts became so high that local burial grounds overflowed. Workers struggled to bury the dead, digging mass graves where bodies were stacked without coffins or ceremony. Local communities grew increasingly numb to the constant funerals, the line of carts carrying the dead, and the grim silence that settled around the workhouse walls. Workhouses have been built to discipline poverty, not to relieve mass catastrophe. Their rules, architecture, and ideology were incompatible with the scale of human suffering unleashed by the famine. By 1847, they no longer represented institutional assistance. They symbolized a grinding machine that consumed the vulnerable. For many, the choice was no longer between hardship and the workhouse. The choice was between starvation outside or starvation within its walls. The workhouse had become a place of last breaths, a grim monument to the failures of policy, compassion, and governance. As hunger spread and families struggled to survive, another destructive force intensified the suffering. Mass evictions carried out by landlords seeking to restructure their estates. The famine provided many landowners, especially absentee ones, with an opportunity to clear small tenants from their land. They viewed the catastrophe not as a humanitarian crisis, but as a chance to modernize agriculture by replacing small farms with larger, more profitable grazing estates. The ideological belief that poverty among Irish peasants resulted from inefficiency fueled this push toward consolidation. The eviction process was brutal. Landlords or their agents arrived with police, sheriffs, and sometimes soldiers. Tenants who had fallen behind on rent, often because they were literally starving, were issued eviction notices. If they could not pay immediately, their cottages were entered, their possessions seized or thrown outside, and the thatched roofs pulled down or burned to prevent reoccupation. Families often stood by helplessly as their homes, built by generations of their ancestors, collapsed in smoke and ashes. Many landlords justified this destruction by claiming it prevented illegal squatting. But the reality was far harsher. It forced families onto the roads during the deadliest year of the famine. Women and children watched in tears as their few belongings were strewn across the ground. Elderly residents, too weak to walk, were carried out on makeshift stretchers or left behind entirely. Landlords rarely provided alternative shelter. Some evicted families built temporary bohens, huts made from branches, turf, and scraps of clothing. These makeshift shelters offered little protection from rain, wind, or disease. Others sought refuge in already overwhelmed workhouses, only to be turned away. Many began long journeys across the countryside, wandering from parish to parish in search of charity that was increasingly scarce. One of the most infamous methods of eviction was the crowbar brigade. Groups of workers hired by landlords used crowbars and sledgehammers to tear cottages apart, sometimes while families were still inside, gathering their few belongings. These scenes became common enough that newspapers across Britain and Ireland reported them regularly. Yet public outcry rarely translated into political action, as Parliament remained deeply divided over whether to blame landlords, tenants, or the economic system itself. In some regions, entire villages were emptied. County Clare, Mayo, Galway, and Kerry witnessed mass clearances, leaving landscapes dotted with ruins, stone walls, broken chimneys, and ghostly outlines of homes where life had once thrived. These famine villages still exist today as haunting reminders of eviction scale. Evictions also reshaped Irish society in longer-lasting ways. Communities fractured as families scattered in search of survival. The traditional social fabric, woven from shared labor, kinship, and communal rituals, disintegrated. Folk traditions that depended on community gatherings began to fade. Irish language regions, which were already economically fragile, suffered devastating population losses. The diaspora that would soon form across the world was seated in these forced displacements. Landlordism represented more than economic control. It embodied the political and social power imbalance that had shaped Ireland for centuries. During the famine, it contributed directly to mass homelessness, hunger, and death. While some landlords displayed compassion and tried to help their tenants, the structural system encouraged cruelty, indifference, and self-interest. In 1847, eviction became not just a symptom of famine, but one of its most ruthless engines. By the late 1840s, as conditions worsened and hope within Ireland faded, immigration emerged as both a possible escape and a tool of social engineering. Tens of thousands of families dreamed of crossing the Atlantic to America, Canada, or Australia, believing these distant lands offered a chance at survival and a future for their children. But the journey was perilous, expensive, and often deadly. In the grim calculus of the time, many landlords realized that paying for their tenants' emigration was cheaper than supporting them through relief programs or risk being held financially responsible under the poor law system. Thus began the era of assisted emigration, a practice that blurred the line between humanitarian aid and forced expulsion. For many tenants, the offer of passage was both a blessing and an ultimatum. Landlords typically paid only for the cheapest fare, often to British North America, modern-day Canada, because the cost was lower than a fare to the United States. Families were told they could either accept the offer or face eviction. Even those not directly coerced often felt enormous pressure, as starvation and ruin left them with no real choice. To survive, they had to leave everything behind: their land, homes, culture, and the graves of their ancestors. The ports became scenes of heartbreak and desperation. Families arrived with bundles of worn clothes, tools, religious items, and whatever cherished objects they could carry. Priests often gathered at the docks to bless the immigrants before departure, aware that many would never return. Farewell ceremonies became common rituals, filled with tears, songs of longing, and the bittersweet belief that the sea represented both hope and loss. Parents whispered promises to see one another again, though deep inside they feared the finality of parting. The ships themselves, often derisively called coffin ships, were notorious for their horrific conditions. To cut costs, ship owners crammed as many passengers as possible into cramped, unsanitary holds. Ventilation was poor, food inadequate, and water supplies frequently contaminated. Disease spread easily among passengers weakened by months or years of malnutrition. Typhus, cholera, and dysentery swept through ships during the Atlantic crossing. Mortality rates on some vessels reached 20% or more. Newspapers in Canada and the United States published horrifying accounts of ships arriving with dozens of corpses aboard, the sick clinging to life, and children orphaned during the journey. Yet for those who survived, emigration offered a chance to rebuild. Irish communities took root in cities like Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Montreal, Quebec City, and later Chicago and San Francisco. Many immigrants sent money home, helping relatives escape or survive. Over time, the Irish abroad became one of the most influential diasporas in the world. But every success story was built on the foundation of immense sacrifice, often paid for with the trauma of displacement, the deaths of loved ones, and the memory of leaving a homeland ravaged by famine. Assisted immigration was thus both salvation and tragedy. It saved countless lives from certain starvation, but it also fractured families, depopulated entire regions of Ireland, and accelerated the dismantling of rural society. The waves of immigrants leaving in 1847 marked the beginning of a global Irish identity shaped by loss, endurance, and a longing for a homeland forever transformed by the famine. By 1848, the fever sheds, workhouses, evictions, and starvation had pushed countless Irish families to the edge of despair. The only path that seemed to offer even a sliver of hope was emigration. But deciding to leave Ireland was not a simple choice. It was the emotional equivalent of tearing one's soul in two. The Irish relationship to land was deeply spiritual and ancestral. Families had lived on the same fields for generations, often tracing roots back centuries. Leaving meant abandoning not only a home, but a lineage. Yet hunger has a way of silencing the sentimental pull of the earth. People who had endured multiple years of crop failure and disease began to see the Atlantic not as a barrier, but as a merciful escape. For many families, the decision was forced upon them. Landlords, pressured by increasing financial responsibility under the poor law, offered assisted immigration as a cheaper alternative to supporting needy tenants. Entire villages found themselves summoned to estate offices, where they learned that they could either board a ship or face inevitable eviction. Others made the decision independently, inspired by letters from relatives abroad who described America or Canada as lands of abundance. These letters, often passed from hand to hand, became treasured documents, proof that survival was possible elsewhere. But the emotional turmoil was overwhelming. Sons and daughters who boarded ships often knew they would never see their parents again. Elderly family members rarely emigrated because the journey was too brutal. Thus, many parents remained behind, watching the next generation depart without them. Farewells became deeply ritualized events. Villagers gathered to sing laments, slow, mournful songs traditionally used for funerals. These songs recognized that emigration was a kind of living burial. Those who left crossed an ocean that for most might as well have been the boundary between life and death. Priests blessed emigrants at the docks, sprinkling holy water over groups who knelt together in prayer. Mothers clung to their children, whispering last bits of advice or passing small religious medals into their hands. Some families divided their children, sending the older boys and girls abroad while keeping the younger ones at home in hopes that someday remittances could reunite them. These decisions tore families apart, leaving emotional scars that would linger across generations. Shame also played a role. Many who left felt they were abandoning their homeland in its darkest hour. Others felt guilt for surviving when neighbors remained trapped. Communities became quieter as more and more cottages emptied, leaving behind silence where laughter and conversation once filled the air. The Exodus changed the psychological landscape of Ireland as profoundly as hunger changed the physical one. The Atlantic crossing, though promising a new life, was feared almost as much as starvation. Tales of coffin ships circulated widely, stories of vessels so overcrowded and filthy that dozens died en route. People knew they were gambling with their lives, but for many, it was a gamble they believed they had to take. The decision to leave thus became one of the most defining emotional experiences of the famine era, shaping not only the lives of those who boarded ships, but also the identity of Ireland itself. Emigration was no longer a choice of the ambitious. It became the last resort of the desperate. Conditions aboard the famine-era emigrant ships were notorious, so much so that they earned the grim nickname coffin ships. The phrase was not an exaggeration. Mortality rates on many voyages ranged from 10 to 25%, with some ships losing more than a third of their passengers before reaching port. The combination of malnutrition, disease, overcrowding, poor sanitation, and harsh weather made the Atlantic crossing a floating extension of the famine itself. Passengers were packed into the lower decks, where ceiling clearance was often so low that adults could not stand upright. Light came only from a few small openings, and air circulation was almost non-existent. The hold quickly filled with the stench of vomit, sweat, unwashed bodies, and human waste. Latrines were inadequate, overflowing within days. Seasickness swept through the passengers almost immediately after departure, further contaminating the already foul environment. Food provided by ship owners was minimal and of poor quality, a mix of ship's biscuits, salted meat, and weak tea. Many famine-stricken emigrants, already physically fragile, could not digest these rations. Water supplies, stored in poorly sealed barrels, often became stale or contaminated. Some families rationed their own water, letting children drink first, while adults endured long stretches of thirst. Mothers frequently went without food to feed their children, growing weaker each day. Disease was the greatest threat. Typhus, spread by lice, became rampant, especially as passengers lay tightly packed together in the darkness of the lower decks. Once fever began, it spread quickly, jumping from berth to berth with horrifying efficiency. The sick lay beside the healthy, and those who tried to help often caught the disease themselves. Children and the elderly were especially vulnerable. Entire family groups sometimes perished during the crossing. Doctors on board, when present at all, often had little medicine and few tools. Some ships had no medical staff at all, leaving passengers to their own devices. When fever spread beyond control, ship captains sometimes enforced brutal measures, sealing the sick below deck, refusing access to fresh air, or even throwing bodies overboard without ceremony. Survivors watched in silent horror as loved ones disappeared into the sea, buried in waves instead of in the familiar soil of home. Weather also played a critical role. Storms tossed the wooden ships violently, causing passengers to be flung from bunks and thrown against walls. Homesick children cried through the night, frightened by the roaring of the ocean and the groaning of the ship's timbers. For many immigrants, the crossing was their first extended encounter with the sea, and the experience felt terrifyingly alien. Some prayed constantly, gripping rosary beads as waves slammed against the hull. Yet amid the suffering, moments of human tenderness emerged. Families huddled together for warmth. Strangers shared food, whispered prayers, or offered sips of clean water when possible. Young men tried to reassure frightened children, and women comforted the sick even when it endangered their own health. These acts of kindness revealed a resilience that hunger and disease could not entirely extinguish. The coffin ships symbolized the darkest intersection of desperation and exploitation. Ship owners profited enormously from Irish suffering, yet provided minimal safety or dignity. The journey tested every element of human endurance, and those who survived arrived in the new world profoundly altered, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. The Atlantic crossing did not merely transport Irish immigrants. It transformed them, binding them into a diaspora shaped by trauma, courage, and a haunting memory of those left behind on land and lost at sea. Surviving the coffin ships was only the first trial. Upon arrival in North America, immigrants faced quarantine stations, particularly the infamous gross Al Quarantine facility in the St. Lawrence River near Quebec. Ships were required to stop here before proceeding to Canadian ports. But Gross Isle, overwhelmed by the massive influx of famine immigrants, quickly became a place of immense suffering. In 1847 alone, nearly 100,000 immigrants passed through the island. Its hospitals were designed for a fraction of that number. When ship after ship arrived carrying fever-stricken passengers, the facility buckled under the strain. Tents and temporary wooden shelters were erected to house the sick, but these quickly filled. Doctors worked night and day, but they lacked medicines, beds, and even basic supplies. Immigrants died faster than they could be buried, and mass graves were dug to accommodate the dead. Families continued to be separated during quarantine. Children were taken from ill parents, sometimes never reunited. Orphans became a tragic and common sight. Many were adopted by French-Canadian families, forming a unique Irish-French heritage that continues today. For parents who survived but lost their children to quarantine or fever, the trauma became a lifelong wound. Those who made it through quarantine continued to face immense challenges. The cities of Quebec, Montreal, Toronto, and St. John were flooded with thousands of destitute immigrants. With few resources and minimal English in many cases, new arrivals struggled to find work. Some found refuge with Catholic parishes or charitable organizations, while others slept in the streets or sought temporary housing in overcrowded tenements. Disease outbreaks followed the influx of immigrants, leading to tensions with local populations who feared contagion. In the United States, conditions were not much easier. Cities like Boston and New York were already wary of Irish immigrants, whom they associated with poverty and political unrest. "No Irish need apply" signs appeared in shop windows and job listings. The Irish faced discrimination in housing, employment, and politics. Many took dangerous jobs, digging canals, laying railroad tracks, working in coal mines, or serving as domestic servants for minimal wages. Life in a new world demanded resilience, adaptability, and relentless effort. Yet despite the hardships, the Irish diaspora grew stronger. Immigrant communities built churches, schools, and mutual aid societies. They created neighborhoods that preserved elements of Irish culture: music, storytelling, Catholic traditions, and communal solidarity. Over time, the children and grandchildren of famine immigrants would rise into politics, business, and culture. Irish Americans became a powerful force in shaping modern American identity. In Canada, Irish immigrants contributed profoundly to the growth of cities and the establishment of cultural institutions. But every success story carried the memory of the famine. Immigrants never forgot the land they left behind, the family members who died, or the villages that disappeared. Their letters home often mixed hope with sorrow. Many never saw Ireland again, but they carried its spirit with them, shaping new homelands with the resilience born of unimaginable hardship. As famine spread across Ireland, so too did political frustration and resentment toward British rule. Among the most vocal and influential critics of the government's response was the Young Ireland movement, a group of idealistic writers, intellectuals, and nationalists who believed that Ireland's salvation lay not in petitions or appeals to Parliament, but in the assertion of Irish self-determination. Young Ireland had emerged from within the Repeal Association led by Daniel O'Connell, but their philosophies soon diverged sharply. While O'Connell advocated peaceful constitutional reform, the younger generation favored a more assertive and even militant stance. The movement was driven by a vibrant circle of thinkers who ran the nation. A newspaper founded in 1842 by Charles Gavin Duffy, Thomas Davis, and John Blake Dillon. The Nation became the voice of the rising nationalist generation. Its pages celebrated Irish culture, language, and history while condemning injustice and colonial exploitation. Through poetry, essays, and political commentary, the newspaper inspired thousands, especially educated urban youths and impoverished rural communities desperate for leadership. Its vivid descriptions of famine, its criticism of London's inaction, and its calls for dignity and national unity stirred emotions across the island. As famine intensified in 1846 and 1847, the Young Irelanders' tone grew sharper. They argued that British policies, rooted in arrogance, economic dogma, and racial prejudice, were contributing directly to mass death. To them, the catastrophe unfolding in Ireland was not simply a natural disaster, but a moral indictment of colonial governance. The deaths of hundreds of thousands were seen as evidence that Ireland would never be safe under British rule. This belief pushed the movement toward the idea that self-governance was not merely a political aspiration, but a matter of survival. Tensions came to a head when the Young Irelanders broke with O'Connell and the Repeal Association in 1846. The split reflected deeper generational, ideological, and emotional divides. The older leadership still hoped for reform through peaceful means. The younger members saw the British response to the famine as proof that peaceful strategy was futile. This fracture weakened the broader nationalist movement at a time when unity was desperately needed, but it also cleared space for a more radical political identity to take root. Despite their passionate rhetoric, the young Irelanders faced monumental challenges. The people they hoped to mobilize were starving, sick, or displaced. Villages were emptied, workhouses were overflowing, and families struggled simply to survive from day to day. Organizing rebellion in such conditions was almost impossible. Still, their message resonated deeply with a populace increasingly convinced that British policy was indifferent or even hostile to their suffering. By 1848, as revolutions erupted across Europe, from Paris to Vienna, from Berlin to Budapest, the young Irelanders felt history pushing them toward action. Their leaders, including William Smith O'Brien, Thomas Francis Meagher, and John Mitchell, believed Ireland should join the continental wave of revolutionary fervor. Their timing, however, collided with the worst years of starvation, leaving Ireland's revolution attempted at a moment when the population was least capable of fighting. Yet the movement's ideas, cultural pride, resistance to oppression, and the moral imperative of national freedom would outlive the failed uprising and reappear in future generations who would continue the fight for independence. In 1847 and 1848, young Ireland planted ideological seeds that would eventually grow into the modern Irish nation. The Rebellion of 1848, often called the Young Ireland Rebellion, unfolded against a backdrop of unimaginable suffering. Millions were starving, evictions were sweeping through the countryside, and workhouses were overflowing. It was one of the least promising moments for an uprising in Ireland's long history of resistance. Yet for the leaders of young Ireland, the convergence of famine and international revolutionary movements made the moment feel unavoidable. They believed that Irish dignity demanded some attempt at defiance, even if success was unlikely. The lead up to the rebellion began with John Mitchell, one of the most fiery voices of the movement. Through his newspaper, The United Irishman, Mitchell argued that the famine was not accidental, but a deliberate act of colonial oppression, a phrase he famously expressed as the Irish people starved in the midst of abundance. His writings accused the British government of weaponizing hunger, using economic policies and punitive poor laws to break the Irish population. Mitchell's rhetoric pushed the movement firmly toward insurrection, but it also attracted the attention of the authorities. In 1848, he was arrested, charged with treason felony, and transported to Van Diemen's Land, Tasmania. His trial and exile galvanized supporters, but deprived the movement of one of its most compelling leaders. William Smith O'Brien and Thomas Francis Meagher stepped into leadership roles. Inspired by the revolutions sweeping Europe, they traveled around Ireland, calling for national unity and resistance. Crowds gathered to hear their speeches, but enthusiasm did not always translate into readiness for rebellion. Many who listened were physically incapable of joining a fight. Hunger had drained their strength. Families depended on every able-bodied member for foraging or work relief. Disease weakened entire communities. The idea of military action felt distant from the daily struggle to stay alive. The British government, fearing a broader uprising, enacted the Treason Felony Act and increased military presence across Ireland. Soldiers patrolled towns, fortified barracks, and monitored nationalist leaders closely. Informants leaked plans to authorities, further crippling the prospects of coordinated resistance. Still, the young Irelanders pressed forward, believing that symbolic defiance mattered even if tactical victory was impossible. The rebellion itself reached its short-lived climax in July 1848 in Ballingeary, County Tipperary. Smith O'Brien and a small band of supporters confronted a group of police officers who had taken refuge inside a farmhouse. The confrontation, sometimes mockingly called the Battle of Widow McCormick's Cabbage Patch, was not a battle in any conventional sense. It involved a poorly armed group facing a well-protected police force. No large numbers of rebels arrived to support O'Brien, and the attempt at negotiation collapsed quickly. Gunfire broke out, but casualties were minimal. Rain poured down, dampening gunpowder and morale alike. Within hours, the rebellion dissolved. O'Brien was arrested. Marr fled, but was later captured, and the remaining leaders scattered. O'Brien and Marr were sentenced to death, though their sentences were later commuted to transportation. Like Mitchell, they were shipped to Van Diemen's Land. Their exile removed the last figureheads of young Ireland's revolutionary ambitions. Though militarily insignificant, the 1848 rebellion carried symbolic weight. It demonstrated that even in the depths of famine, the Irish spirit of resistance persisted. The uprising was a spark rather than a flame, but its ideals endured. The men who attempted it became martyrs in the nationalist imagination. Their writings, speeches, and sacrifices inspired later movements, most notably the Fenians, the Gaelic League, and eventually the leaders of the 1916 Easter Rising. In the moment, however, 1848 felt like another crushing defeat layered atop starvation, disease, and loss. Ireland remained under British control, and the famine continued its deadly march. The rebellion ended not with glory, but with exhaustion, rain, and arrests. Yet from this failure, a future struggle was born, one shaped by memory, determination, and the belief that even hopeless resistance held value. While organized rebellion faltered, another kind of resistance took shape across famine-stricken Ireland, quiet, persistent, and rooted in the determination to survive. This everyday resistance did not involve rifles or speeches, but manifested through acts of community solidarity, cultural preservation, and a refusal to surrender dignity, even in the face of starvation. One of the most potent forms of resistance was the maintenance of cultural practices. During a time when hunger and despair could have destroyed the social character of rural life, many families continued to speak Irish, sing traditional songs, and tell ancient stories by the fire. These traditions reminded people of their identity and history, connecting them to ancestors who had endured hardships before. Even in workhouses and on emigrant ships, famine survivors carried fragments of Irish culture with them. Songs lamenting home, poems mourning the dead, and tales of legendary heroes provided emotional strength when everything else was slipping away. Communal cooperation also emerged as a powerful force. In villages where crops had failed, neighbors shared whatever scraps they had, bits of grain, milk from a single cow, or turf of the fire. Women organized informal childcare for families weakened by illness. Men helped one another bury the dead with as much dignity as circumstances allowed. Priests risked their lives administering last rites to fever victims and offering comfort to the bereaved. These acts, often invisible in official records, sustained the social fabric when institutions collapsed. Another form of resistance was moral defiance against eviction. In some communities, neighbors gathered to protect a family's home from being demolished by the landlord's agents. Though often unsuccessful, these protests demonstrated collective courage. Women sometimes confronted bailiffs directly, armed not with weapons, but with fierce determination, hoping to delay or deter destruction. In rare cases, communities rebuilt cottages that had been torn down, constructing new shelters from whatever materials they could salvage. Spiritual resistance also played a role. Many Irish people deepened their faith during the famine, drawing comfort from religious rituals and symbols. Mass attendance increased in some regions, even when traveling to church meant walking miles on empty stomachs. The church became not only a spiritual refuge, but also a place where communities gathered, shared news, and found solace in solidarity. For those who emigrated, resistance took the form of remembrance. They carried the memory of Ireland's suffering across oceans, establishing Irish communities that preserved their homeland's identity. In cities like Boston, New York, and Montreal, immigrants formed societies, built churches, and created neighborhoods that became powerful centers of Irish American and Irish Canadian culture. Their achievements in the New World served as a rebuttal to the stereotypes and prejudices they faced both at home and abroad. In these countless small acts, sharing food, preserving language, defending homes, caring for the sick, burying the dead with honor, and keeping memory alive, the Irish people resisted not only colonial policies, but the annihilation of their identity. The famine threatened to destroy the body of Ireland, but through everyday resistance, its spirit endured. The Irish fought not only with rebellion, but with resilience, shaping a legacy of endurance that would carry forward long after the famine ended. By the late 1840s and early 1850s, the Irish were no longer just a people confined to their island. They had become a global community scattered across continents. The famine transformed emigration from a personal journey into a mass movement, one that would forever change Ireland's demographic and cultural landscape. The first major waves of famine immigrants poured into North America, Australia, and Britain, forming communities that would evolve into thriving diasporas. These early immigrants, though traumatized by hunger and displacement, laid the foundations for Irish identity abroad. In the United States, immigrants found themselves in a nation undergoing rapid industrialization and urban growth. Cities like Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore became primary entry points. The Irish typically settled in the poorest neighborhoods, crowded, unsanitary districts filled with disease and poverty. Despite the hardships, these areas became breeding grounds for strong Irish communities that relied on mutual aid and cultural solidarity. Boarding houses, pubs, and Catholic parishes served as the social anchors of these neighborhoods, offering emotional comfort and practical assistance to newcomers who arrived with little more than hope. The Catholic Church played a central role in organizing Irish society abroad. Priests worked tirelessly to secure schools, establish charities, and defend Irish immigrants against discrimination. Churches became places where families met, shared news from home, and maintained cultural traditions. Irish women, who often worked as domestic servants, saved part of their wages to support parish construction or to send money home. These remittances, small sums by modern standards, kept countless families in Ireland alive and funded later waves of immigration. In Canada, Irish immigrants faced a similar mix of hardship and opportunity. Cities like Quebec, Montreal, Kingston, and Toronto were overwhelmed with famine refugees. Many Irish were recruited to build canals, railways, and public works projects. Others settled on rural land, establishing farming communities that blended Irish and French Canadian cultures. Over time, these communities created a distinctive hybrid identity, visible today in place names, family surnames, and Catholic traditions shaped by both Irish and French influences. Australia became another significant destination, particularly for those who were transported after involvement in political movements like Young Ireland, or those who emigrated through assisted programs. Irish settlers in Australia endured harsh conditions, particularly in penal colonies, but many eventually prospered. They helped shape Australia's labor movement, education system, and political institutions, contributing to the country's eventual federation and national identity. The Irish influence remains especially strong in cities like Sydney and Melbourne. Even in Britain, the closest and often most hostile destination, Irish communities grew rapidly. In Liverpool, Manchester, Glasgow, and London, Irish immigrants took up work in factories, docks, and construction projects. Although they faced intense discrimination, both religious and cultural, their labor was essential to the expansion of industrial Britain. Over time, Irish neighborhoods emerged, marked by tight-knit families, Catholic parishes, and cultural celebrations that preserved traditions from home. These early diaspora communities encountered poverty, hostility, and the trauma of displacement. Yet they also demonstrated profound resilience. Through organization, solidarity, and unbreakable cultural pride, they built new lives while maintaining their connection to Ireland. They carried the memory of the famine with them, shaping how they raised their children, how they built their societies, and how they engaged with their adopted countries. The global Irish identity was born not from prosperity, but from suffering, and from the determination to transform exile into opportunity. Even as immigrants struggled to establish themselves abroad, they never severed their connection to Ireland. Their letters home, written in cramped handwriting, often stained with tears, served as emotional lifelines between worlds. These letters carried news of survival, warnings about the Atlantic crossing, descriptions of new cities, and expressions of longing for family. Many letters included money, remittances that were often the difference between starvation and survival for relatives in Ireland. Remittances became a defining characteristic of the diaspora. Though famine immigrants were poor, they worked tirelessly abroad, often taking the lowest paying jobs and saving whatever they could. A few shillings sent home could buy seed potatoes, pay rent, or purchase food. These contributions kept thousands of families alive during the darkest years of the famine and afterward. In some regions of Ireland, remittances became the primary source of economic stability. Letters also shaped perceptions of a new world. Families gathered around the hearth to hear a literate neighbor read aloud the words of a son, daughter, or sibling across the ocean. Some letters painted America or Canada as lands of endless opportunity, encouraging more relatives to emigrate. Others described unbearable hardships, illness, or discrimination, warning families to stay away. These letters influenced entire villages, shaping migration decisions across generations. Beyond material assistance, correspondence carried immense emotional weight. Immigrants wrote about missing the smell of turf smoke, the sight of familiar hills, the sound of the Irish language spoken in the fields. They wrote of grief for family members who had died since their departure. Many sent descriptions of dreams where they walked the lanes of home again, only to wake in noisy foreign boarding houses filled with strangers. Families in Ireland responded with their own letters, though less frequently due to lower literacy rates and the cost of postage. Parents often asked if they would ever see their children again. Mothers sent blessings and warnings, reminding immigrants to keep their faith and avoid the pitfalls of foreign cities. These letters sometimes took weeks or months to arrive, and many were lost entirely, leaving families in agonizing uncertainty about the fate of loved ones. The emotional bridge forged by correspondence helped maintain a sense of community across vast distances. Shared grief, shared stories, and shared hope circulated through the diaspora network, binding immigrants to their homeland. Over time, these connections formed the basis of transnational Irish identity. Immigrant communities abroad continued to celebrate Irish holidays, support Irish causes, and preserve traditions that might otherwise have disappeared amid the trauma of famine. Letters and remittances also played a significant political role. Immigrants abroad became increasingly vocal critics of British rule. Their correspondence, published in newspapers or passed between communities, spread stories of injustice, influencing opinions in America and elsewhere. Irish immigrants became powerful advocates for reform, independence, and humanitarian aid. Their voices amplified Ireland's suffering on the world stage, forcing Britain to confront global scrutiny. In this way, letters became more than communication. They became cultural artifacts, emotional expressions, and political tools. They linked the scattered Irish people into a single global family, united by memory, sorrow, determination, and the unbreakable belief that Ireland remained home, even when home was thousands of miles away. For immigrants, the challenge of starting a new life abroad extended beyond survival. It required preserving identity in unfamiliar lands. Many feared that leaving Ireland meant losing their culture, language, and sense of belonging. Yet instead of allowing their identity to fade, diaspora communities worked deliberately to preserve, adapt, and celebrate their heritage. This cultural resilience became a defining feature of Irish communities worldwide. One of the most important pillars of cultural survival was the Catholic Church. Parishes served as centers of spiritual life, social gathering, and cultural continuity. Priests helped maintain Irish customs, taught the next generation about their heritage, and advocated for immigrant rights. The church became a vital institution in cities like Boston, New York, Montreal, and Sydney, uniting communities that would otherwise have scattered. Irish music, dance, and storytelling also flourished abroad. Even in the poorest tenements, families gathered in the evenings to sing ballads brought from home, songs of longing, loss, rebellion, and love. Traditional instruments like the fiddle and tin whistle found new life in immigrant neighborhoods, where musicians passed down their craft to younger generations. Ceilidhs and community dances helped maintain social bonds, providing joy amid hardship. Language preservation was more difficult. The Irish language suffered heavy losses during the famine, as many who emigrated came from Irish-speaking regions. In North America and Australia, English dominance made it nearly impossible to maintain fluency. Yet fragments of Irish speech survived. Phrases, blessings, and expressions woven into English sentences. Irish names, place names, and family stories kept the linguistic heritage alive, even when the full language faded from daily use. Cultural clubs and organizations emerged rapidly. Groups like the Ancient Order of Hibernians, Irish Benevolent Societies, and Gaelic athletic associations preserved traditions while assisting community members. These organizations raised funds for struggling families, built schools and churches, and advocated for immigrant rights. They also kept Ireland's memory alive through parades, festivals, and historical commemorations. St. Patrick's Day, once a modest religious observance in Ireland, transformed into a major cultural celebration abroad. Parades in New York, Boston, and Montreal became showcases of Irish pride, featuring music, banners, and vast crowds. These events strengthened community identity and asserted the presence of Irish culture in cities where immigrants had once been marginalized. Over time, Irish immigrants blended their heritage with the cultures of their new homes. In America, Irish traditions interacted with African American, Native American, and European influences, creating new forms of music, dance, and storytelling. In Australia, Irish settlers helped shape the country's democratic institutions and labor movement. In Canada, Irish-French intermarriages produced hybrid cultures with unique linguistic and religious blends. The diaspora did not merely preserve Irish culture. It transformed it, adapting traditions to new environments and creating vibrant hybrid identities. These communities ensured that the famine, despite its attempts to erase the Irish people, would instead produce a global Irish presence more resilient and widespread than ever before. Through memory, ritual, and shared heritage, the Diaspora carried Ireland into the world, ensuring that its cultural flame would never be extinguished. By the early 1850s, the Irish countryside had transformed so drastically that it was unrecognizable even to those who had lived through the worst years of the famine. The once vibrant rural communities, woven together by kinship, tradition, and generations of shared labor, had been hollowed out. Villages that had bustled with activity, filled with children running between cottages, men tending fields, and women drawing water from wells, now stood eerily silent. Roofs had collapsed, doors hung from rusted hinges, and hearthstones grew cold under layers of moss and ash. These ghost villages became some of the most haunting symbols of the famine's devastation. Entire regions, particularly in the west and southwest, suffered catastrophic population loss. Counties like Mayo, Galway, Kerry, and Clare lost a third or more of their inhabitants. In some parishes, more than half of the population either died or emigrated. The sudden absence of neighbors, families who had lived side by side for generations, left a psychological void as deep as the physical emptiness. Survivors often describe the land as feeling strange or unfriendly, as though the spirit of the community had fled along with the people. Fields once divided into small plots through informal family arrangements now lay bare and overgrown. Stone fences crumbled under the weight of neglect. Potato ridges, those long, uneven mounds that had shaped Irish agriculture, were left untouched. Rain washed soil over them until they blended back into the earth, erasing the traces of human toil. Sheep wandered across abandoned lands, grazing on what had once sustained millions. In some places, landlords converted cleared villages into grazing pastures or hunting estates, further erasing the memory of the people who had lived there. The silence was perhaps the most disturbing change. Rural Ireland had once echoed with laughter, conversation, and music. Voices carried across hills. Travelers greeted each other on narrow lanes, and children played outside until the light faded. After the famine, silence dominated. Survivors remarked that it felt as though the land itself had stopped breathing. Birds still sang, wind still rustled through the heather, but the human presence that had animated the countryside was missing. Nights felt especially hollow, with only the sound of the wind moving through abandoned cottages. Churchyards, once maintained by active congregations, also reflected the demographic collapse. Gravestones leaned crookedly, grass overgrew burial mounds, and in many areas the sheer number of famine victims forced communities to bury the dead in unmarked pits. These famine graves, often located on the edges of villages or in isolated fields, became sacred but sorrowful places. Families who remained tended to these sites as best they could, but many graves remained unknown or unvisited. Another major change was the reduction in Irish language communities. Before the famine, large portions of the West and Southwest were predominantly Irish-speaking. These Gaeltacht regions suffered the highest mortality rates and the highest levels of immigration. As families disappeared, so did the cultural density necessary to sustain a living language. The famine uprooted not only people, but also the linguistic and cultural patterns that had flourished for centuries. The collapse of rural population also impacted the agricultural rhythm of life. With fewer people and fewer small farms, the land gradually shifted toward large-scale grazing, often managed by landlords or newly arrived tenants from other regions. The old communal labor traditions, maithil, where neighbors helped one another harvest, became rare. The intimate, cooperative style of Irish farming gave way to more commercial, isolated patterns of work. In every physical, cultural, and emotional sense, the famine rewrote the landscape of rural Ireland. What had been a densely populated countryside filled with small farms and vibrant communities became a patchwork of empty homes, abandoned fields, and silent lanes. The land bore witness to loss at a scale that would shape the Irish psyche for generations. Even today, the ghost villages remain as solemn reminders of a world that vanished under the weight of hunger, disease, and forced exile. This shift reshaped the countryside dramatically. Large areas of land, once divided into dozens of small plots, were merged into single, expansive farms. The traditional patchwork of fields, defined by low stone walls and managed by extended families, gave way to broad, grazing lands for cattle and sheep. Herding replaced tillage. As a result, agricultural employment opportunities shrank, forcing even more young people to emigrate in search of work. The transformation also affected social structures. The traditional tenant communities that had depended on shared labor, mutual support, and cultural continuity were shattered. Instead of clusters of small farms supporting tight-knit families, rural Ireland began to consist of scattered farmsteads separated by long stretches of grazing land. Social isolation increased. Community bonds weakened. In some regions, landlords replaced evicted tenants with Scottish or English settlers who were experienced in commercial farming. These settlers introduced new farming techniques, livestock breeds, and market-oriented strategies. Their presence further altered local cultural identities, diminishing the influence of Irish traditions and language. Though these new agricultural methods increased profits for landowners, they did little to nurture the devastated Irish rural population. Another significant impact of consolidation was demographic imbalance. The famine had severely reduced birth rates and increased immigration among younger generations. Villages were filled with elderly people who lacked the physical strength to work the land. As young men and women emigrated in vast numbers, entire parishes experienced long-term population decline. Marriage rates fell dramatically as economic insecurity made it difficult for survivors to establish households. The loss of small tenants also meant the collapse of the cottager class, day laborers and smallholders who relied on seasonal agricultural employment. The disappearance of these families removed a vital layer of rural society, one that had historically supported local industries, crafts, and cultural practices. Without them, many village economies and social networks dissolved. By the mid-1850s, rural Ireland had become a vastly different place. Less crowded, more commercial, more isolated, and more dependent on grazing than tillage. The land that had once supported millions in tight-knit communities now supported far fewer in a more fragmented, economically driven landscape. This new rural order, born from tragedy, would shape Irish agriculture, society, and family patterns for more than a century. The physical devastation of the famine was only one dimension of its impact. Equally significant, and far more enduring, was the psychological trauma it imprinted upon survivors. The famine introduced a collective grief so profound that it altered the emotional landscape of Ireland for generations. Scholars often describe this trauma as cultural memory, a deep wound passed down not through written records, but through silence, stories, and the emotional habits of families. One of the most striking features of this trauma was the silence that followed the famine. Survivors rarely spoke about what they had endured. Parents shielded their children from the memory of starvation, death, and displacement. Even in regions where entire communities had vanished, conversations about the famine were minimal. This silence was not forgetfulness. It was a protective reflex born from pain too overwhelming to articulate. Families who had buried children, watched neighbors die, or seen communities disappear often found words inadequate or unbearable. This emotional silence produced generational effects. Children grew up sensing an unspoken sorrow in their parents, but rarely hearing explicit stories. The famine became a ghost that haunted households, shaping attitudes toward risk, food, money, religion, and authority. Many Irish families developed deeply ingrained fears of poverty and hunger. Food, even in later prosperous periods, was treated with reverence. Wasting it felt almost sinful. Mothers insisted that nothing be thrown away. Kitchens became sites of emotional security, where abundance, no matter how modest, symbolized survival. The trauma also influenced family dynamics. Marriage patterns changed. Young people became cautious about starting families unless they were certain of economic stability. This cautiousness contributed to the long-term trend of late marriage and reduced family size, a demographic pattern that distinguished Ireland from much of Europe. The memory of famine fostered a culture in which security was valued above opportunity, and immigration became a rational, even necessary, life choice. Religion played a complex role in coping with trauma. Many survivors interpreted the famine through spiritual frameworks, seeing it as a test, punishment, or divine mystery. Catholic devotion intensified in the post-famine years. Rituals, sacraments, and religious observances provided solace and continuity. The church became a source of moral order and psychological grounding in a world that had lost its stability. Yet this religious intensification also carried the imprint of trauma, reinforcing themes of suffering, endurance, and sacrifice. Another psychological legacy was the deep resentment and distrust toward British rule. Survivors understood that hunger alone had not destroyed Ireland. Policies shaped by prejudice, indifference, and economic ideology had compounded the disaster. Even when families remained silent about their personal suffering, political anger simmered beneath the surface. This resentment became a potent force in later nationalist movements, influencing generations of Irish political identity. Cultural expression, songs, folklore, and storytelling absorbed famine trauma in symbolic ways. Ballads mourned the loss of home, family, and innocence. Folklore personified the famine as an unstoppable force, a dark visitor that had swept through the land. These narratives helped communities process grief indirectly, allowing people to express sorrow without confronting personal memories directly. The psychological wounds of the famine did not heal quickly. They shaped Irish society for decades, influencing immigration patterns, marriage choices, religious devotion, political attitudes, and cultural identity. The famine was not simply an event. It became an emotional inheritance. And even as generations passed and Ireland changed, the weight of that trauma continued to shape how Irish people viewed themselves, their land, their history, and their place in the world. By the time the famine had reached its later years, the British government faced increasing scrutiny, both domestically and internationally, for its response to the catastrophe unfolding in Ireland. The political landscape in London had shifted multiple times since 1845, and each administration introduced new policies, abandoned old ones, and argued over economic principles while millions suffered. But even as the famine exposed the fragility of Irish rural society, it also revealed deep ideological fault lines in British governance. At the heart of the British government's failures was an adherence to rigid economic doctrines, particularly laissez-faire capitalism. Influential policymakers like Charles Trevelyan insisted that the government must not interfere excessively in the food market. Trevelyan famously described the famine as the judgment of God, adding that it would teach the Irish a lesson. While this statement was widely criticized, it reflected a common belief among British elites that the Irish were responsible for their own misfortune due to perceived laziness, overpopulation, and mismanagement. These prejudices profoundly shaped British policy. This ideological stance resulted in devastating decisions. Relief programs were frequently scaled back or shut down entirely, even when the need was at its greatest. The closure of soup kitchens in 1847, for example, came at a critical moment when the population was still overwhelmingly dependent on free food. The belief that government aid could create dependence made policymakers fear generosity more than famine. As a result, survivable hunger became deadly starvation for hundreds of thousands. Another major failure was the continued export of food from Ireland throughout the famine. British grain merchants and landowners continued to profit from exports, even as local populations starved. This was possible because market forces prioritized profit over survival. As long as food was legally owned by producers, there was no mechanism or political will to redirect it to starving communities. The government largely refused to step in, believing it improper to disrupt private enterprise. Administrative complexity made matters worse. The poor law system placed the burden of relief on local unions, many of which lacked resources. These unions were required to fund workhouses, outdoor relief, and public works. But as tenants died or emigrated, the local tax base collapsed. Poor law unions in heavily affected areas were soon bankrupt. Rather than increasing national funding, the British government doubled down on policies that shifted responsibility onto communities least able to bear it. Politically, the famine also exposed the structural inequality embedded in the Act of Union of 1801, which had eliminated Ireland's separate parliament. Many Irish politicians argued that an independent parliament would have responded to the crisis more effectively, prioritizing humanitarian needs over economic ideology. Calls for repeal of the Union grew louder, fueled by the perception that London was indifferent or even hostile to Irish suffering. As criticism intensified, members of Parliament defended their actions by pointing to logistical challenges, the scale of the crisis, and the supposed inevitability of famine. Some argued that even the best-run government could not have prevented mass death. Others insisted that Ireland's economic system had been fundamentally broken long before 1845, and that famine accelerated an inevitable restructuring. But these arguments rang hollow for the families burying loved ones or watching their children waste away. Outside Britain, international observers were harshly critical. American newspapers described the British response as negligent and cruel. European activists compared Ireland's suffering to the oppression of serfs and colonized peoples elsewhere. Britain's reputation as a moral and civilized empire was challenged, and some historians later argued that the famine marked a turning point in global attitudes toward British imperialism. Despite this criticism, no British administration ever publicly admitted responsibility for the scale of the catastrophe. Policies were defended, decisions rationalized, and blame redirected toward environmental factors or Irish backwardness. This refusal to acknowledge failure became part of the long-term political memory of the famine, shaping Irish nationalism, rebellion, and distrust of British rule well into the 20th century. The famine thus left a dual legacy: a transformed Irish society and a deeply tarnished political relationship between Ireland and Britain. It exposed the deadly consequences of rigid ideology and prejudice in governance, and it laid the foundation for political movements that would eventually demand and win Irish autonomy. While the British government stumbled through flawed and inconsistent policies, Irish leaders and communities sought their own political responses to the unfolding tragedy. The famine catalyzed a profound shift in Irish political consciousness, fueling new movements, redefining leadership, and reshaping the national identity that would eventually lead to independence. In the early years of the famine, Daniel O'Connell remained a towering figure in Irish politics. Known as the Liberator, O'Connell had successfully won Catholic emancipation in 1829 and had spent years campaigning for the repeal of the Act of Union. But by the mid-1840s, his influence was waning. Age, illness, and internal divisions within the Repeal Association weakened his movement. O'Connell pleaded for British intervention during the famine, but his appeals were largely ignored. His death in 1847 symbolically marked the end of an era of constitutional agitation. With O'Connell gone, younger leaders stepped forward. The most prominent were the Young Irelanders, educated, passionate, and deeply frustrated by the government's inaction. They pushed for a more assertive and eventually militant stance. The famine radicalized them. Watching millions suffer convinced them that constitutional methods alone could not deliver justice. The 1848 rebellion, though a military failure, had a lasting political impact. It introduced the idea that Irish freedom might ultimately require armed resistance. But rebellion was only one dimension of the new national consciousness. Outside radical circles, many Irish people sought more practical reforms. Tenant rights became a major issue. The famine revealed the instability and injustice of the landlord-tenant system. Rent hikes, evictions, and a lack of legal protections for tenants fueled anger across all social classes. Organizations such as the Tenant League emerged, demanding fair rents, fixity of tenure, and freedom to sell leaseholds, demands that would eventually inform the land war of the late 19th century. The Catholic Church also emerged as a powerful political force. Priests played critical roles in local relief efforts and became trusted voices during the crisis. They advocated for the poor, condemned unjust evictions, and provided moral leadership when the political system failed. As the most stable institution in famine-stricken communities, the church gained enormous influence. This strengthened the bond between Irish identity and Catholicism for generations to come. Meanwhile, immigration played a significant political role. Irish communities abroad, especially in the United States, began to wield political influence. Irish American organizations raised money for relief, supported nationalist causes, and lobbied the U.S. government to pressure Britain. Many famine immigrants became deeply involved in American politics, joining police forces, labor unions, and municipal governments. Their growing power would later support Irish independence movements financially and politically. The famine also reshaped the broader philosophical foundations of Irish nationalism. Before the famine, calls for repeal of the Act of Union focused largely on constitutional rights and religious equality. After the famine, nationalism took on a deeper emotional quality, one rooted in trauma, injustice, and memory. The British government's perceived indifference to Irish suffering became a central argument for self-governance. Nationalists began to frame independence not simply as a political goal, but as a moral necessity. Poets, writers, and folklorists helped cultivate this new consciousness. Newspapers, ballads, and political pamphlets linked the famine to centuries of colonial exploitation. These cultural works transformed private grief into public memory, fueling collective identity. The famine became a symbol of Irish endurance and British oppression, a story repeated in schools, churches, and political rallies. By the 1850s, Irish politics had entered a new phase. The trauma of famine produced anger, organization, and determination. Movements for tenant rights, cultural revival, and political autonomy began to intertwine. The seeds of later uprisings, the Fenian movement, 1860s, the Gaelic Revival, 1890s, and the Easter Rising, 1916, were all planted in the soil of famine-era suffering. The famine did not immediately spark revolution, but it transformed the political imagination of a nation. It awakened a belief that Ireland must control its own destiny to avoid future catastrophe. That belief would shape every major political development in Ireland for the next century. The ideological impact of the Great Famine extended far beyond the 1840s. It reshaped the Irish national psyche, influencing political movements, cultural revival, and collective memory for generations. More than simply a historical event, the famine became a foundational mythos, an emotional, moral, and political touchstone that defined what it meant to be Irish in the modern world. At the core of this ideological legacy was the narrative of injustice. The famine was understood not merely as a natural disaster, but as a human-made catastrophe magnified by colonial neglect. This interpretation, widely held among survivors and later generations, became a powerful motivator for political change. Nationalists pointed to the famine as proof that Ireland could not rely on Britain for protection, justice, or compassion. The slogan, "Remember 47", echoed in political speeches, rallies, and literature for decades. This memory shaped the ideological evolution of Irish nationalism. Before the famine, nationalism had focused on legal reforms and parliamentary representation. After the famine, nationalism became infused with sorrow, anger, and a fierce determination to avoid repetition. Political movements increasingly drew upon the language of sacrifice, suffering, and martyrdom, concepts that would later define Ireland's revolutionary tradition. The trauma of the famine provided emotional fuel for the Fenian movement, the Gaelic Revival, and eventually the leaders of the Easter Rising, who framed their struggle in terms of historical continuity and moral duty. Another key ideological legacy was the elevation of the Irish peasantry to the center of national identity. Before the famine, Irish elites often looked down on rural culture, considering it backward or primitive. But the enormity of peasants' suffering and their endurance transformed them into symbols of national character. Folklore collectors, writers, and politicians celebrated the resilience of rural families, the purity of the Irish language, and the cultural richness of village life. This valorization laid the groundwork for cultural revival movements that sought to preserve Irish traditions and reclaim cultural autonomy. The famine also influenced religious identity. Catholicism, already central to Irish life, became even more deeply intertwined with nationalism. Priests had been among the most important sources of support during the famine, providing spiritual comfort, organizing relief, and standing up against unjust evictions. As a result, the church gained enormous moral authority. Catholic rituals and symbols became central to expressions of Irish identity, both at home and in the diaspora. Even political movements that were secular in nature, such as the Fenians, operated within a cultural environment shaped by Catholic memory. Memory itself became a major ideological force. The famine created a culture of remembrance that blended silence with symbolism. Many families did not discuss their personal experiences, but the collective memory of loss permeated Irish society. Ballads, literature, and oral traditions kept the famine alive in cultural consciousness. In the diaspora, commemorations helped maintain connection to the homeland. The famine became a shared point of origin for Irish communities around the world, fostering solidarity and continuity. This memory also acted as a warning. It taught future generations about the dangers of dependency, the vulnerability of small communities, and the consequences of neglectful governance. Even after Ireland gained independence, famine memory influenced attitudes toward economic policy, land ownership, and national sovereignty. It also shaped Ireland's humanitarian impulses, as seen in its modern commitment to aiding famine-stricken nations, a gesture rooted in empathy born of historical trauma. In essence, the famine became a defining moral narrative. It taught that survival required unity, self-governance, cultural pride, and vigilance against injustice. It forged an identity built on endurance rather than wealth, on memory rather than forgetfulness, and on a shared belief that the Irish people had overcome one of the greatest human tragedies of the 19th century. During the Great Famine, religion became one of the most powerful and complex forces shaping daily life. The famine not only tested the physical endurance of the Irish people, but also pushed their spiritual beliefs, rituals, and institutions to their limits. The Catholic Church, along with smaller but influential Protestant missions, played a central role in the survival, suffering, and moral conflicts of the period. Before the famine, the Catholic Church had been gaining strength after centuries of suppression under British rule. Many rural communities depended on their parish priest not only for religious guidance, but for leadership in local affairs. When the famine struck, the church immediately became a frontline institution. Priests visited dying families in remote cottages, carried the sacraments in fever sheds, and comforted survivors who had lost everything. Many priests died themselves from exposure to fever, exhaustion, and malnutrition. The spiritual authority of the Catholic Church grew immensely during this period. People sought comfort in faith as the physical world collapsed around them. Chapels and mass houses, often simple structures built from stone or wood, filled with desperate congregations who begged for divine mercy. Rosaries were recited in cottages where food had vanished, and holy medals were hung around the necks of starving children in the hope of protection. Funerals, though increasingly hasty and informal due to the sheer number of deaths, remained vital rituals. Even families too poor for coffins or proper graves insisted on prayers and blessings for the deceased. Yet the church was not equipped to solve famine-scale suffering. Priests pleaded with the British government for relief funds, only to be repeatedly dismissed. Many clergy recorded their despair in parish journals, lamenting the deaths they could not prevent and the moral burden of watching their flocks perish. In some parishes, the clergy themselves had so little food that they shared the same meager meals as their starving parishioners. Protestant missions also played a significant role, but often controversially. Several Protestant groups, including the Irish Church Missions and various evangelical societies, provided soup, clothes, and schooling to the poor. However, many Catholic families believed these missions required conversion in exchange for aid. This practice, known as souperism, became one of the most emotionally charged issues of the famine. Stories circulated of families who, in absolute desperation, accepted soup from Protestant charity houses and were subsequently shunned or ridiculed by neighbors who viewed their actions as betrayal. Whether these stories were always accurate is still debated, but they reflect the deep tensions of a people trying to maintain identity under extreme duress. The famine also transformed religious practice. Traditional wakes became shorter and less elaborate because families lacked the resources for prolonged gatherings. Pilgrimages, which had long been part of Irish religious life, declined temporarily as famine and disease made travel nearly impossible. Yet in some ways, spiritual fervor intensified. Many believed the famine was a divine test or punishment, a belief encouraged by some priests who saw moral failings. drinking, political disunity, irreligion as contributing factors. Others, however, preached compassion and emphasized that God was suffering alongside the poor. In the end, religion served as both comfort and conflict during the famine years. It provided solace to millions, guided communities through unthinkable tragedy, and strengthened the emotional resilience required for survival. Yet it also reflected the divisions, fears, and moral complexities of famine-stricken Ireland. The church emerged from the famine with greater authority and deeper influence, shaping Irish society long into the 20th century. Death was the defining feature of the famine, and its overwhelming scale deeply influenced Irish attitudes toward mortality, mourning, and spiritual continuity. In pre-famine Ireland, death was surrounded by rich traditions, wakes filled with storytelling, music, prayer, and communal grieving. Even the poorest families honored the dead with rituals that emphasized both sorrow and celebration of life. However, the famine tore apart these traditions, forcing people to confront death in ways that defied centuries of cultural practice. The sheer number of deaths made traditional funerals impossible. Mass graves, often called famine pits, became a grim necessity. These pits, dug hurriedly in cemeteries, fields, or hillsides, received dozens or even hundreds of bodies at a time. In many cases, families could not afford coffins or burial shrouds. Some carried their loved ones wrapped in blankets or mats woven from straw. Others were forced to abandon bodies at the gates of workhouses or hospitals, knowing they would be buried anonymously by staff or laborers. The inability to honor the dead fully created immense emotional pain. In Irish culture, proper burial was not merely a formality. It was central to spiritual belief. Families feared that souls might linger unrestfully without prayers, rites, or blessed ground. Many survivors carried deep guilt for years, haunted by the memory of loved ones who had not received a proper farewell. This unresolved grief contributed to the long-term psychological trauma of the famine. Still, people found ways to preserve spiritual meaning amid devastation. In some parishes, priests risked exposure to fever to bless mass graves or say brief prayers over bodies as they were lowered into pits. Families often whispered rosaries as they buried loved ones, even when too weak to stand for long. Children were taught to remember the names of relatives who had no gravestone, ensuring that memory persisted even when physical markers did not. Wakes adapted to new circumstances as well. In many famine-stricken regions, wakes could last only a few hours instead of several days. Food and drink were scarce, so the traditional sharing of meals gave way to simple prayer gatherings. Music, which had once been a vital part of wakes, disappeared as people were too exhausted or grief-stricken to sing. Yet storytelling endured. Families recounted tales of the deceased, weaving memory into narrative in ways that preserved identity even when physical survival was at stake. Famine-era burial practices also highlight stark class differences. Wealthier families still managed to provide coffins and formal funerals, though often in a more modest form. Landlords who died during the famine were buried with ceremony, even as their tenants were laid in mass graves. These disparities added to the sense of injustice felt by many survivors. Another major spiritual concern involved the fate of those who died in exile. Thousands of immigrants perished at sea or in quarantine stations abroad. Families in Ireland often had no confirmation of death, no body to mourn, and no grave to visit. This mourning without closure became one of the most painful aspects of the famine. To cope, families held symbolic memorials, reciting prayers as if the deceased were present. Some kept locks of hair, letters, or small belongings as sacred reminders. Over time, famine graves became places of pilgrimage. Even decades later, survivors and their descendants visited these sites to honor those lost. Today, many famine memorials stand on or near these burial grounds, ensuring that the spiritual weight of the famine is carried forward into national memory. Ultimately, the famine revolutionized Irish attitudes toward death and loss. It imposed a harsh, dehumanizing burial system, but also strengthened spiritual resilience. The Irish people responded with deep faith, quiet ritual, and unwavering commitment to remembering the dead, turning trauma into a moral foundation for future generations. Despite the immense suffering and spiritual crisis unleashed by the famine, Irish faith did not collapse. Instead, it evolved, becoming more intense, more communal, and more deeply woven into national identity. The famine forced people to confront existential questions. Why did this happen? Why did God allow so much suffering? What meaning, if any, could be found in so catastrophic an event? The answers varied, but in their search for meaning, the Irish people forged a stronger and more enduring spiritual identity. One of the most significant outcomes was the deepening of Catholic devotion. Across Ireland and the Diaspora, religious practice intensified. Families clung to rosaries, holy medals, and devotional prayers as emotional anchors. The Virgin Mary, in particular, became a symbol of comfort. Her sorrow mirrored the grief of mothers who had lost children to hunger and disease. Marian devotion surged, laying groundwork for later religious phenomena, such as the apparition at Knock in 1879. Religious festivals and rituals regained importance in the post-famine years. Even families who had drifted from active practice returned to the church, seeking stability and moral assurance. The famine trauma made people more receptive to messages of salvation, mercy, and spiritual redemption. This renewed faith helped communities rebuild emotionally, even when economic recovery was slow or uneven. Another crucial development was the role of priests in shaping moral and political identity. Clergy emerged from the famine as trusted leaders who had shared in the suffering of their communities. Their advocacy for the poor, willingness to risk their lives, and moral authority made the church one of the most respected institutions in the country. This strengthened relationship between church and people had long-term consequences, both positive and negative, for Irish society. In the diaspora, spiritual identity also flourished. Irish immigrants built churches, schools, and convents across America, Canada, Australia, and Britain. These institutions became sanctuaries where immigrants preserved their heritage, mourned the homeland they had left behind, and raised future generations with a sense of Irish Catholic identity. Priests and religious sisters played critical roles in helping immigrants adjust to new societies while keeping them connected to Irish traditions. The famine also influenced Irish moral values. The experience of mass suffering fostered compassion for the vulnerable and empathy for other oppressed groups. This humanitarian instinct became a defining moral trait of Irish identity. In modern times, Ireland has been notably active in supporting international famine relief and humanitarian efforts, a direct legacy of its own history of starvation. At the same time, the famine provoked spiritual doubts and crises of faith for some. Families who had prayed fervently for relief but lost loved ones anyway struggled to reconcile belief with reality. Some abandoned religious practice or became skeptical of divine justice. Yet even these individuals remained shaped by the spiritual memory of the famine, passing down a cautious, questioning form of faith rooted in experience rather than doctrine. Overall, the famine did not break the Irish spirit. it refined it. The people emerged with a deeper sense of spiritual solidarity, an enduring belief in community, and a cultural identity strengthened by shared suffering. Faith became not merely a set of rituals, but a survival strategy, a source of courage, and a vessel for memory. Through trauma, loss, and endurance, the Irish preserved their spiritual core and carried it into the future, ensuring that their identity would survive even when their world had nearly been destroyed. Long before the famine, Ireland's cultural life had depended heavily on oral tradition. Storytelling, music, folklore, and communal gatherings formed the heart of rural identity. When the famine struck, this cultural foundation was shaken, but it did not disappear. Instead, it adapted, often becoming the primary means by which survivors processed trauma, preserved memory, and transmitted history to future generations. Storytelling was more than entertainment. It was a communal survival tool. In bleak cottages where food had vanished and hope ran thin, stories provided warmth, meaning, and distraction from hunger. Elders recounted tales of mythic heroes such as Cú Chulainn, Finn Mac Cumhaill, and the Fianna, reminding younger listeners that Ireland once belonged to warriors, kings, and poets. These stories helped preserve a sense of dignity even as families starved. During the famine, stories also began to reflect the trauma of the time. Survivors told of villages where everyone died within weeks, of mothers who walked miles with children in their arms seeking help, and of eerie silence after mass immigration emptied the countryside. These accounts, passed down orally for decades, became a unique body of famine folklore, stories that mixed fact, memory, emotion, and spiritual interpretation. Some tales personified the famine as a dark figure wandering the land. Others described supernatural warnings, prophetic dreams, or ghostly apparitions seen at night near famine graves. This evolution in storytelling shows how the Irish people coped with loss by incorporating tragedy into their cultural imagination. In doing so, they created a collective memory that was neither official nor written, but deeply emotional and widely shared. Music also played a vital role. Traditional laments, slow, mournful songs, became essential expressions of grief. Songs like Skibbereen, The Fields of Athenry, later composed but rooted in famine sorrow, and numerous lesser-known folk pieces kept the memory of the famine alive in melodies that could be sung around hearths or whispered at the bedsides of dying relatives. Music allowed survivors to speak their pain indirectly, through lyrics that honored the dead without forcing direct recollection of individual trauma. Folklore also preserved cultural continuity. Despite hunger, families passed down legends about the Sidhe, fairy folk, banshees, holy wells, and sacred landscapes. These tales offered a sense of rootedness at a time when landlords and evictions stole physical land from beneath their feet. Even immigrants carried these stories abroad, telling them to children in crowded tenements in Boston or Montreal. Through folklore, the Irish maintained a connection to their homeland that no degree of displacement could fully sever. Importantly, many famine survivors did not tell direct stories about their experiences. Silence often filled the space where explicit memories should have been. But this silence itself shaped folklore. Children grew up sensing a deep, unspeakable sorrow in their parents, a grief that became part of family identity. Later folklorists, gathering stories in the early 20th century, often found that famine memories were encoded in metaphors, symbols, and ritual practices rather than straightforward narratives. Thus, folklore became the emotional archive of the famine. It kept alive not only historical facts, but the feelings of hunger, fear, resilience, and hope. Through stories, songs, and rituals, Irish survivors created a cultural shield against forgetting. They turned trauma into narrative, narrative into identity, and identity into heritage. Without this preservation, much of the famine's emotional history would have vanished with the dead. Instead, it became one of the defining foundations of modern Irish culture. One of the most enduring cultural consequences of the famine was the severe decline of the Irish language and the transformation of the Gaeltacht, the Irish-speaking regions of the West and Southwest. Before the famine, Irish was widely spoken across large parts of the country, especially in rural areas. But the famine struck these regions with devastating force, creating demographic shifts that reshaped Ireland's linguistic landscape for generations. Many of the hardest-hit regions, Connemara, Donegal, Kerry, Mayo, Clare, and Galway, were areas where Irish was spoken in daily life. These communities relied heavily on small potato plots, making them especially vulnerable. When famine struck, mortality rates soared, and immigration drained away even more speakers. Entire Irish-speaking villages disappeared. Those who survived often found themselves isolated within shrinking communities where the language could no longer sustain a full social environment. Education also played a significant role in language decline. After the famine, the national school system, established earlier in the century, expanded into more rural areas. These schools operated primarily in English. Children were often punished for speaking Irish in class, a practice that reinforced the idea that English was the language of opportunity, survival, and advancement. Irish, by contrast, came to be associated with poverty and hardship. Parents who had endured the famine wanted their children to have better futures and believed English fluency was essential for emigration or urban employment. Emigration itself played a huge role in shaping language attitudes. Most Irish immigrants needed English to survive in America, Canada, or Australia. Letters home frequently advised younger relatives to learn English, reinforcing the idea that Irish offered limited practical value. Over time, even communities that retained strong cultural pride felt the pressure to shift linguistically. However, the decline of the language did not mean the disappearance of Irish cultural identity. Instead, Irishness began to take on a dual character, one rooted in English language expression, but deeply informed by Irish traditions, history, and emotion. This shift set the stage for the later Gaelic revival, which emerged in the late 19th century as a conscious effort to reclaim lost linguistic heritage. The famine also altered education in broader ways. Many schools lost large portions of their students to death or immigration. In some regions, teachers died of fever or starvation. Schoolhouses stood half empty for years, symbols of a generation lost. When populations recovered slightly, new educational priorities emerged: literacy, practical skills, religious instruction, and moral teaching. The trauma of the famine produced a culture that valued education as a shield against future vulnerability. Yet the loss of language was one of the most painful cultural consequences of the famine. Irish had once connected communities to thousands of years of heritage. Its decline created a sense of cultural rupture, a break in continuity that many mourned even if they could not prevent it. Songs, prayers, and proverbs survived, but the daily social fabric woven by language weakened. Later, when the Gaelic revival began and organizations like Conrad na Gaelge, the Gaelic League, emerged, many activists saw themselves as healing a wound inflicted by the famine. They understood that the linguistic collapse of the Gaeltacht had not been a natural process. It had been shaped by hunger, displacement, and the cultural pressure to adapt for survival. Thus, the famine reshaped Ireland's linguistic and educational identity in profound ways. It narrowed the Gaeltacht, reshaped attitudes toward language and redefined what it meant to be Irish in a rapidly changing world. Though English became dominant, the emotional memory of Irish endured, laying the groundwork for future cultural revival. The famine left an indelible mark on Irish art and literature, though much of this expression emerged not during the famine itself, when survival consumed all energy, but in the decades and generations that followed. As Ireland attempted to process its trauma, artists and writers turned famine memory into symbolic, emotional, and political narratives that helped shape national identity. In the immediate aftermath of the famine, written accounts tended to be documentary or political. Journalists, clergy, and relief workers recorded what they saw in newspapers, diaries, and correspondence. These early writings formed the factual backbone of famine history, but creative literature lagged behind. Many survivors were reluctant to revisit the trauma, and the silence surrounding the famine limited artistic exploration for years. By the mid to late 19th century, however, famine themes began to surface more prominently. Novelists such as William Carleton depicted rural suffering, though often through the lens of social critique rather than outright condemnation of British policy. Poetry began to reflect grief, exile, and the longing of immigrants who carried famine memories overseas. Writers like James Clarence Mangan infused their works with melancholy and cultural loss that resonated with the emotional tone of the famine. In the Diaspora, famine memory appeared in immigrant songs, ballads, and letters. These works blended nostalgia, sorrow, and political anger. Irish Americans, in particular, created a distinct literary voice shaped by exile and the determination to remember injustice. Many of these works later influenced political movements on both sides of the Atlantic. In the 20th century, famine representation deepened dramatically. Artists and poets approached the famine as a symbol of national endurance and suffering. Patrick Kavanagh, one of the great Irish poets of the century, explored rural hardship and historical memory in ways that echoed famine experiences. Seamus Heaney, though born long after the famine, addressed themes of land, loss, hunger, and moral responsibility in his poetry, connecting modern Ireland to its historical wounds. Visual art also emerged as a powerful medium of remembrance. Paintings depicting skeletal figures, ruined cottages, and empty landscapes sought to capture the emotional weight of the famine. Later artists used more abstract forms, sharp lines, fractured shapes, and somber colors to express the psychological trauma inherited through generations. One of the most significant artistic legacies is the creation of famine memorials. Sculptors produced statues and monuments in cities like Dublin, New York, Boston, and Toronto. These memorials depict emaciated figures walking silently toward emigration ships, mothers clutching children, or families gathered in despair. They serve not only as reminders of the past, but as sites of reflection, mourning, and education. In literature, modern famine studies have expanded the narrative, incorporating the voices of women, children, and marginalized communities. Novels and historical works explore themes of resilience, moral complexity, and collective trauma. Memoirs written by descendants reflect how famine memory shaped family identity even generations later. The famine also influenced modern Irish theater. Playwrights like Tom Murphy explored themes of migration, survival, and psychological burden in works that drew heavily on the emotional legacy of famine-era displacement. These plays often portrayed characters caught between old traditions and new worlds, mirroring the experiences of immigrants. By shaping art, literature, and public memory, the famine became more than a historical tragedy. It became a cultural touchstone, It informed how the Irish saw themselves, how they expressed emotion, and how they interpreted suffering. The famine's imprint can be found in the sorrowful tones of Irish ballads, the reverence for land in poetry, the melancholy beauty of rural landscapes in painting, and the political urgency of historical writings. Through artistic expression, Ireland transformed its greatest tragedy into a narrative of endurance, cultural pride, and unbroken identity. Women experienced the Great Famine in uniquely painful and often invisible ways. While men faced the brutal hardships of public works, eviction, and emigration, women carried the emotional and physical burdens that held families together, or watched helplessly as those families unraveled. The famine struck at the heart of domestic life, and because women were the primary managers of food, childcare, and household survival, their suffering was both immense and deeply personal. Before the famine, rural Irish women already faced significant challenges: long hours of farm labor, responsibility for cooking and child-rearing, and limited legal rights. But the famine magnified these struggles exponentially. As food supplies dwindled, women often sacrificed their own meals to feed children or elderly relatives. Many fainted from hunger while working in the home, yet still insisted that any available scraps go to their children first. Maternal instinct became both a source of strength and a cause of tragic self-denial. Women also bore the psychological burden of watching children starve, an agony documented in countless parish records and eyewitness accounts. Mothers tried everything to ease their children's suffering: boiling nettles, gathering seaweed, baking thin cakes from ground bone or wild roots. In coastal regions, women walked miles to search for shellfish or washed-up fish, often risking their own safety in storms or rough tides. Others bartered precious possessions, wedding rings, shawls, or family heirlooms, for a handful of flour. Even when these efforts failed, women carried the emotional guilt of perceived inadequacy, despite circumstances beyond their control. The famine also reshaped women's roles within the economy. Some entered public works projects unofficially to help male relatives, despite the system officially barring women. Others begged along roadsides or in towns, often holding infants in their arms to elicit sympathy. Begging, while humiliating, was a survival strategy that required immense endurance and exposed women to weather, illness, and sometimes harassment. Disease hit women particularly hard. Malnutrition weakened their bodies, especially pregnant or nursing mothers. Many lost infants soon after birth because their own bodies were too depleted to produce milk. Records indicate dramatic increases in miscarriages and maternal death. Women in workhouses faced overcrowding, inadequate hygiene, and poor medical care. Mothers and children were often separated as soon as they entered the institution, an emotional wound as devastating as hunger itself. Despite these hardships, women played essential roles in community survival. They cared for sick neighbors, comforted dying relatives, and maintained spiritual rituals that brought moments of solace. They prepared simple death shrouds when cloth was available, washed bodies in cold water, and carried out burial prayers when priests were overwhelmed. Even in the darkest times, women preserved traditions of dignity around death, refusing to let famine strip their loved ones of humanity. Emigration placed additional burdens on women. Some left Ireland as domestic servants, motivated by the hope of sending money home. Young women often made the journey alone, enduring the dangers of coffin ships and exploitation upon arrival. Yet women frequently adapted better than men in foreign cities because domestic service, while difficult, provided steady work. Many sent money that kept surviving relatives in Ireland from starvation. But immigration also scattered families irreparably. Mothers watched daughters leave, knowing they might never see them again. Sisters were separated across oceans, and women who stayed behind lived with lifelong grief for immigrant children who vanished into foreign lands. After the famine, the demographic collapse amplified women's struggles. With fewer men remaining, marriage opportunities declined dramatically. Many women remained unmarried and worked as servants or laborers, supporting elderly parents or brothers' families. Others emigrated later in life, attempting to find stability abroad. Their stories, often overshadowed by male-centered famine narratives, reveal the immense resilience and sacrifice that women contributed to Irish survival. In every cottage, along every road, in every workhouse ward and immigrant ship, women bore burdens that were emotional, physical, spiritual, and generational. Their suffering was profound, but so was their strength. Without women's endurance, far fewer Irish families would have survived the famine or maintained the cultural and emotional continuity that allowed Irish identity to endure. Of all the horrors of the Great Famine, the suffering of children remains one of its most heartbreaking legacies. Children, who made up a significant portion of Ireland's population, were the most vulnerable to hunger, disease, exposure, and emotional trauma. The famine reshaped childhood in Ireland, stripping away innocence and replacing it with hardship, fear, and loss. Before the famine, rural childhood was difficult but often lively, defined by chores, play, and close-knit communities. Children fetched water, tended small animals, gathered firewood, and helped their families farm. Their world centered around home, school, when available, church, and village gatherings. But when the potato crop failed, childhood became a battleground for survival. Hunger undermined children's health rapidly. Malnutrition weakened their immune systems, making them susceptible to fever, dysentery, and measles. Many children experienced stunted growth, brittle bones, swollen bellies, and bleeding gums. Infants died in staggering numbers as mother's milk dried up or became nutritionally insufficient. Even older children, who might have been more physically resilient, succumbed to fevers and infections that healthy bodies might have resisted. Parents faisaient un possible choix. Some had to decide whether to feed older children who could work and contribute to the family, while younger ones went hungry. Others had to choose which children could accompany them to workhouses or immigrant ships, and which had to be left behind with relatives or neighbors. These agonizing decisions created deep guilt and trauma that haunted survivors throughout their lives. The workhouses were especially traumatic for children. As families entered, they were immediately separated into male, female, and child wards. Siblings were divided by age and sex. Toddlers were sometimes taken from mother's arms. Children grew up surrounded by strangers, often without parental protection. Disease swept through the crowded wards, claiming many young lives. Surviving children emerged emotionally scarred, often unable to recall details of their parents' or early childhood. Education also suffered. Many hedge schools and informal village classrooms closed as populations collapsed. Teachers died or emigrated. Children were too weak to walk miles to school. Others had to work or beg to help their families survive. Literacy rates stagnated or declined in some regions during the famine years. At the same time, some children were forced into the labor force prematurely. Boys as young as 7 or 8 joined their fathers in public works projects or seasonal labor. Girls worked as servants, foraged for food, or helped care for siblings. Childhood became a brief and fragile stage, overshadowed by adult responsibilities and dangers. Orphanhood became one of the famine's most widespread consequences. Thousands of children lost both parents to hunger or illness. Many wandered the countryside in groups, begging for food or collapsing on roadsides. Some were taken in by neighbors or distant relatives. Others entered workhouses where they were placed in orphan schools. A few were adopted by families abroad, especially in Quebec and other parts of Canada, where Irish orphans became part of French-Canadian communities. Emigration also shaped the fate of countless famine children. Some boarded ships with their families. Others were sent abroad alone or with siblings, hoping for better lives in America. Though many experienced exploitation, child labor, or trauma in foreign lands, others eventually thrived, contributing to the rise of Irish communities overseas. Emotionally, famine childhood left deep scars. Survivors often described lifelong food anxiety, hoarding food, eating quickly, or experiencing panic when meals were delayed. Many had vivid memories of siblings dying, parents despairing, or neighbors collapsing in fields. These memories shaped their adult lives, influencing how they raised their own children and how they related to loss, fear, and security. Despite these hardships, children also demonstrated remarkable resilience. Some maintained their sense of play through simple games made from stones, sticks, or scraps of cloth. Others found comfort in stories told by grandparents, prayers whispered at night, or friendships formed in adversity. Their ability to survive and adapt became a symbol of Ireland's capacity to endure. The children of the famine carried its trauma into the future, shaping Irish society long after the immediate crisis ended. Their memories, silent or spoken, preserve the emotional truth of the famine for generations to come. The famine not only decimated populations, it reshaped Irish family structures, gender roles, and social patterns for decades. In the wake of mass death, displacement, and emigration, Irish society reorganized itself in ways that would influence everything from marriage traditions to household dynamics to long-term demographic trends. Before the famine, Irish families were large, multi-generational, and deeply connected to land. Farms were subdivided among sons. Marriage occurred relatively early, and households often included extended relatives or neighbors who shared responsibilities. Families were the core of social life, economic survival, and cultural continuity. But the famine shattered this system. With millions dead or emigrated, traditional household structures could no longer function. Many families lost multiple members, leaving households with a surviving parent and one or two children. Others lost parents entirely, leaving grandparents to care for orphans. Some families fragmented across continents, with siblings scattered across Ireland, Britain, America, and Australia. One major social change was the shift in marriage patterns. After the famine, people married later in life, and many never married at all. Economic insecurity made it difficult to establish new households. Land consolidation meant fewer farms were available for inheritance, and parents became cautious about dividing property. As a result, younger generations postponed marriage until they could secure stable work or land, a trend that persisted well into the 20th century. Women's roles evolved significantly. Although women faced immense hardship during the famine, they emerged as stronger social pillars in many communities. Because so many men died or emigrated, women often became primary caretakers, decision makers, and moral anchors of households. Emigration patterns also changed gender dynamics. Young women emigrated in large numbers, more so than in many other European countries. These women found employment abroad, sent remittances home, and sometimes financed the emigration of siblings or parents. The famine also transformed inheritance customs. Whereas land had previously been subdivided among multiple children, post-famine families adopted this single heir system. usually passing the farm to one son while others emigrated. This reduced family fragmentation on the land, but encouraged mass emigration among younger siblings, reinforcing the Irish diaspora. Community life changed as well. With fewer families living in villages, social gatherings became rarer. Traditional communal labor practices, such as mythiel, where neighbors helped with harvesting or building, declined as populations thinned. Rural life became more isolated, households more self-contained, and community networks weaker. At the same time, a new sense of familial responsibility emerged. Families became more protective, cautious, and resource-oriented. Parents encouraged children to pursue education or trade skills that could help them survive economic hardship. Immigration became a planned strategy rather than a desperate last resort. Many families invested deeply in one child's education or travel expenses, hoping their success abroad would uplift the entire family. Religion reinforced these new family patterns. Catholic teachings emphasized chastity, marriage stability, and obedience, values that aligned with post-famine caution and conservatism. The Church's influence strengthened as families looked to priests for moral guidance, social support, and cultural continuity. By reshaping family structures, gender roles, and social habits, the famine created a new Irish society, one more cautious, more reliant on immigration, and more emotionally tied to memory and survival. These changes shaped Irish life well into modern times, influencing everything from political movements to cultural expression to patterns of global migration. The Great Famine was not merely an agricultural failure. It was a full-scale physiological disaster that subjected millions of Irish people to extreme deprivation. The physical effects of starvation are brutal, systematic, and horrifying, and the famine years offered a tragic demonstration of what prolonged hunger does to the human body. Understanding this dimension of the famine is essential to recognizing the depth of suffering endured by ordinary people whose only mistake was relying upon a single crop within an unjust political and economic system. Starvation begins not only with empty stomachs, but with the breakdown of the entire metabolic system. In the early stages, the body responds to a lack of food by burning stored carbohydrates. These are quickly depleted, especially in people accustomed to physically demanding labor. The next stage involves breaking down fat reserves. People grow thinner, their faces hollow, their eyes more pronounced. By the time visible ribs appear, the body is already cannibalizing itself to stay alive. During the famine, this process unfolded on a massive scale. Eyewitnesses described men who once worked the fields collapsing from exhaustion, their limbs too weak to lift tools. Women who had carried heavy baskets of turf or water now struggled to walk short distances. Children appeared aged beyond their years. Thin limbs, swollen bellies from protein deficiency, reddish hair from malnutrition, and skin that bruised easily. These are classic signs of kwashiorkor and marasmus, diseases common in modern famine zones, but tragically prevalent in Ireland during the 1840s. Starvation also devastates the immune system, as the body consumes its own muscle tissue, including the heart. People become vulnerable to infections. Fevers spread more easily. Minor illnesses progress rapidly into life-threatening conditions. People who might otherwise have recovered from a simple cold or cut became dangerously ill. This explains why typhus, cholera, dysentery, and measles claimed so many lives. They struck populations whose bodies could no longer fight back. Another terrible feature of starvation is the mental decline that accompanies physical weakness. Hunger impairs concentration, emotional stability, and judgment. Survivors described neighbors who wandered aimlessly, muttering to themselves or forgetting familiar routines. Children sometimes appeared apathetic, sitting silently for hours with vacant expressions. These were symptoms of advanced malnutrition, not emotional coldness. The famine robbed people not only of strength, but of their mental clarity and spirit. The famine also inflicted profound physical trauma on pregnant women and infants. Malnourished mothers often miscarried or gave birth to babies too weak to survive. Many mothers produced little or no breast milk, forcing families into impossible decisions about feeding newborns. Some attempted to give infants diluted cow's milk or mixtures of flour and water, which were nutritionally inadequate and often caused fatal infections. Workhouses, where many families sought relief, became centers of medical catastrophe. Overcrowding, contaminated water, and inadequate ventilation turned them into incubator for disease. Medical staff were overwhelmed. Doctors lacked necessary tools and medicines, and nurses, often untrained or overworked, struggled to provide basic care. Fever wards were especially nightmarish. Rows of emaciated bodies lying on straw pallets, coughing, vomiting, or moaning in delirium. The physical suffering caused by starvation was made even worse by exposure to the elements. Many families were evicted during the famine and forced to live outdoors or in makeshift shelters built from branches, turf, or rags. Rain-soaked clothing and constant cold weakened already fragile bodies. Children died from exposure while sleeping beside hedges or under abandoned carts. Adults who survived hunger often succumbed to pneumonia. The famine's physiological effects did not end with crisis. Survivors carried long-term health consequences. Weakened immune systems, chronic illnesses, stunted growth, and psychological scars. Many elderly survivors aged prematurely, suffering from heart disease, respiratory problems, or chronic fatigue. Children who lived through the famine often remained physically small and susceptible to illness throughout adulthood. Ultimately, the famine was one of the most significant medical disasters in European history. It demonstrated how hunger destroys every system of the body, how disease spreads through weakened populations, and how catastrophic health consequences arise not simply from natural forces but from political failures. Through starvation, millions of Irish bodies became silent testimonies to a humanitarian tragedy that could have been prevented through timely intervention and just governance. While starvation killed many during the famine, disease proved even deadlier. Epidemics swept through Ireland with terrifying speed, transforming malnutrition from a slow killer into a rapid and overwhelming wave of death. Hunger weakened bodies, but disease delivered the final blow. Understanding the interaction between hunger and illness is essential to grasping why mortality soared into the hundreds of thousands. The most notorious diseases of the famine were typhus, relapsing fever, cholera, and dysentery. Each found ideal conditions in famine-stricken Ireland: overcrowded housing, poor sanitation, contaminated water, and malnourished bodies. These diseases often spread through workhouses, fever sheds, emigration ships, and homeless encampments, places where the poor gathered in desperate attempts to survive. Typhus, spread by lice, became one of the most feared killers. Symptoms included high fever, delirium, rashes, and extreme weakness. Entire families contracted typhus after sharing a single blanket or huddling together for warmth. Workhouse fever wards were filled with victims who had been too weak to wash themselves or change clothing. Priests, doctors, and relief workers often became infected while tending to the sick. Many died as a result. The contagion spread so widely that some towns posted quarantine notices or restricted travel. Relapsing fever, also spread by lice, was equally deadly. Victims experienced cycles of fever that left them progressively weaker. Without proper nutrition, many never recovered from the first or second relapse. This disease spread especially quickly in workhouses, where overcrowding made lice nearly impossible to eliminate. Cholera, though less common, caused devastating death tolls when outbreaks occurred. This waterborne disease led to severe dehydration, vomiting, and diarrhea. Contaminated wells and poor sanitation turned rural villages into disease traps. Cholera outbreaks especially affected coastal towns and ports where poor sewage systems and crowded tenements created ideal breeding conditions. Dysentery, often called bloody flux, was a constant presence during the famine. Contaminated food and water caused intestinal infections that led to severe dehydration. For children, the elderly, and the malnourished, even mild cases were lethal. Many famine victims who appeared to die of starvation had in fact succumbed to dysentery triggered by weakened immunity. Fever sheds, temporary structures erected to isolate the sick, became scenes of unimaginable suffering. Patients lay shoulder to shoulder on straw-covered floors, moaning in pain or drifting in and out of consciousness. Medical staff, overwhelmed by the number of patients, could do little more than offer basic comfort. Supplies were scarce, and disinfectants were nearly non-existent. The air inside fever sheds was thick with the smell of sweat, infection, and death. Workhouses were even worse. These institutions, meant to provide relief, became hotspots for contagion. Overcrowding, inadequate ventilation, and shared bedding turned them into perfect environments for disease transmission. Children died in staggering numbers. Women, especially those caring for sick children, often became infected themselves. Staff members rotated quickly as many resigned out of fear or died from infection. Emigration ships, infamously called coffin ships, also served as breeding grounds for disease. The combination of overcrowding, poor hygiene, and malnourished passengers made these vessels deadly. Diseases spread rapidly during the Atlantic crossing, and captains often threw infected passengers overboard to prevent panic. Quarantine stations in North America, especially at Grosse Island, Canada, struggled to handle the influx of sick immigrants. Thousands died shortly after arrival. Disease also had profound social consequences. Fear of contagion caused communities to ostracize the sick. Some families hid illness to avoid being forcibly sent to fever sheds. Others refused shelter to wandering strangers, fearing they carried infection. Priests and doctors often became the only people willing to risk exposure. Records from the time describe eerie scenes. Deserted houses marked with chalk to indicate fever. Corpses left temporarily unburied because families were too sick to dig graves, and entire villages emptied after epidemics swept through. Disease made the famine not only a tragedy, but a public health catastrophe beyond the capabilities of the era's medical knowledge. The epidemic dimension of the famine underscores how hunger and disease reinforce each other. Starvation weakens immunity, disease accelerates death, and overcrowding spreads infection. Ireland became a perfect storm of these intersecting crises. The famine revealed the vulnerability of impoverished populations to health disasters and highlighted the importance of public health infrastructure, a lesson that would influence future social reforms in Ireland and beyond. While many institutions failed during the famine, the efforts of doctors, nurses, and local caregivers stand as a testament to human compassion in the face of overwhelming despair. These individuals, often working with inadequate resources, limited medical knowledge, and constant personal risk, played a critical role in alleviating suffering, even when they could not prevent death. Doctors were among the first responders to the crisis. Rural physicians found themselves treating unprecedented numbers of patients, many of whom were in advanced stages of starvation or disease. They traveled long distances, often on foot or horseback, to visit remote cottages. Many doctors collapsed from exhaustion or contracted fevers that claimed their lives. Their diaries and letters remain some of the most detailed eyewitness accounts of the famine's horrors. Medical training in the mid-19th century was limited, and doctors lacked effective tools against epidemic diseases. Antibiotics did not exist. Basic sanitization was poorly understood. Still, physicians tried everything they could, administering quinine for fevers, using herbal remedies, prescribing rest and hydration, and offering whatever comfort possible. Their work, though often futile in preventing death, provided dignity and care to those whose lives hung by a thread. Nurses, though often overlooked in historical narratives, were essential frontline workers. Many were women from religious orders who volunteered in fever sheds, workhouses, and makeshift hospitals. Their tasks were grueling: washing infected patients, changing soiled bedding, cleaning floors, preparing simple meals, and offering emotional comfort. They performed this work at great risk to themselves, frequently without payment and with little recognition. Among the most heroic were the Sisters of Mercy, founded by Catherine Macaulay. These nuns traveled into some of the worst affected regions, tending to the sick and dying. They established temporary hospitals, taught hygiene practices, and nursed fever victims abandoned by others. Many Sisters of Mercy died from infection, having knowingly accepted the risk as part of their mission. In more urban areas, volunteer relief workers, often members of the Quakers Society of Friends, organized soup kitchens, distributed food, and monitored the health of vulnerable families. Their compassionate, non-sectarian approach earned them respect across Ireland. The Quakers kept detailed records of their relief efforts, providing invaluable historical documentation of famine-era conditions. Local caregivers, mothers, midwives, neighbors, and community healers also played quiet but vital roles. In many villages, these individuals were the first to respond when illness struck. They shared herbal remedies, offered nursing care, and comforted families as they buried loved ones. Their contributions rarely appear in official records, but they formed the backbone of community-level medical support. Despite these heroic efforts, medical relief was hampered by insufficient funding and political obstacles. British authorities rarely provided adequate resources, leaving local doctors to improvise solutions. Hospitals lacked beds, clean linens, and basic equipment. Fever sheds were constructed hastily, often with little protection from the elements. Workhouse infirmaries were understaffed and overcrowded. Nevertheless, the commitment of medical workers left a lasting legacy. Their bravery inspired future generations of Irish nurses and doctors. In the decades after the famine, Ireland became known for producing dedicated healthcare professionals who carried with them the memory of a time when human compassion was the only defense against overwhelming suffering. Ultimately, the medical relief efforts of the famine showcased the remarkable resilience and courage of individuals who chose to confront tragedy rather than flee from it. Their contributions stand in stark contrast to the failures of policy and governance. In a world filled with hunger, disease, and despair, they offered compassion, dignity, and hope, quiet acts of heroism that ensured some measure of humanity survived amid catastrophe. To fully understand the economic devastation of the Great Famine, it is important to examine the fragile system that existed before 1845. Ireland's pre-famine economy was built upon a network of contradictions. rich in natural resources, yet impoverished in opportunity, fertile in land, yet dominated by absent landlords, abundant in labor, yet lacking industrial development. The potato was the cornerstone of this precarious balance, and when it failed, everything collapsed. Ireland before the famine was overwhelmingly rural, with nearly half the population dependent on tiny plots of rented land. Most families farmed only enough to feed themselves, leaving little for sale or savings. These cottier households relied on a single crop, the potato, because it was the only food capable of sustaining large families on small plots. Families often lived in mud cabins with thatched roofs, surrounded by small gardens and a few farm animals. They produced most of what they consumed with minimal cash involvement. This system, though sustainable in good years, was dangerously vulnerable. A single blight or economic crisis could devastate entire regions. The lack of crop diversification meant that families had no backup if the potato failed. Yet diversification was nearly impossible because rents were high, plots were small, and landlords discouraged crop rotation to maximize their own profits from grain exports. Land ownership was another major fault line. The vast majority of land was owned by Anglo-Irish landlords, many of whom lived in England and rarely visited their estates. These absentee landlords relied on agents to manage properties and collect rent. Their primary concern was profit, not the welfare of tenants. They had the legal right to evict families without cause, and many did so when tenants could no longer pay rent after the potato blight struck. Population growth added further strain. In the decades before the famine, Ireland's population had surged to over 8 million. This boom was partly due to the potato's caloric density, which allowed families to survive on small amounts of land. But it also created high dependency on fragile food systems. As families grew, parents subdivided land among sons, resulting in ever smaller plots. Some families possessed less than a quarter acre, barely enough to grow the potatoes needed for survival. Cash income was scarce. Many households participated in seasonal labor, such as working on larger farms or traveling to England for harvests. The money earned was used to pay rent or buy essential goods. But in years of bad weather, illness, or economic downturns, this income disappeared. Without savings, families had no cushion to absorb shocks. Agricultural markets were also skewed. Ireland produced abundant grain, cattle, and butter, but these products were largely exported to England. The domestic population could not afford them, and landlords prefer to sell on foreign markets where prices were higher. This paradox, food leaving Ireland while people starved, became one of the famine's most bitter and controversial realities. The poor law system, intended to provide relief, was poorly designed for Irish conditions. Workhouses were built based on English models, ignoring the vastly different social and economic structures of rural Ireland. The system assumed that poverty was a temporary condition affecting a small percentage of the population. It was utterly incapable of handling mass destitution when the famine began. Even before the blight, many economists warned that Ireland's agricultural system was unsustainable. Reports described widespread poverty, over-reliance on a single crop, and mass vulnerability to disaster. Yet little was done to address these issues. Landlords resisted reforms, fearing they would reduce rents or limit their authority. The British government saw Ireland as an economic appendage, valuable mainly for labor and agricultural exports. Thus, when the potato blight struck in 1845, it was not a random natural disaster hitting an otherwise healthy society. It was a spark landing on dry tinder. The famine resulted from a long-standing economic system built on inequality, monoculture, and political neglect. When the potato failed, Ireland's entire social and economic structure collapsed, revealing the fragility that had existed all along. The famine struck at the core of Ireland's agricultural system, dismantling not only the food supply, but the entire structure of rural life. Fields once filled with potatoes, oats, or barley became barren as families abandoned their land, fled to workhouses, or emigrated. The agricultural landscape, once the heartbeat of Irish society, fell into chaos, reshaping the country's economic future. The potato blight ravaged crops for multiple years, but the collapse extended beyond potatoes. As families starved, they were unable to plant or harvest other crops. Livestock died or were sold off cheaply by desperate tenants. Tools rusted. Buildings fell into disrepair. Fields became overgrown with weeds. The land itself bore the scars of abandonment. One of the key structural changes was the disappearance of small farms. Before the famine, Ireland had hundreds of thousands of tiny plots worked by tenant families. These smallholders formed the backbone of rural society. But when the famine struck, many could no longer pay rent. Evictions soared. Landlords, eager to reduce liabilities and modernize agriculture, consolidated holdings into larger farms focused on grazing. This shift allowed them to profit from cattle and sheep, but eliminated the livelihoods of thousands of former tenants. As small farms disappeared, labor demand also declined. Grazing required far fewer workers than tillage. This shift accelerated immigration, as unemployed rural laborers realized there were no jobs left in Ireland. By the late 1840s, many regions had lost half their population to death or migration, making it impossible to rebuild the pre-famine agricultural structure even if conditions improved. Large-scale farms became the new norm. These farms were often managed by professional overseers rather than small tenant families. The new agricultural economy focused on exporting beef, wool, and dairy products, goods that generated profit for landowners but did not feed the Irish population. Food self-sufficiency declined, and Ireland became increasingly dependent on imported grain, a reversal of its pre-famine role as a major exporter. Another major consequence was the transformation of land values. The Encumbered Estates Act of 1849 allowed heavily indebted landlords to sell their estates. Investors bought land cheaply, hoping to modernize agriculture and maximize profits. These new owners often had little connection to local communities. They viewed land purely as a financial asset, not as the foundation of a social ecosystem. As a result, economic decisions were made with little regard for humanitarian consequences. Traditional farming practices also faded. Communal labor systems, such as mythiel, where neighbors helped one another harvest, became rare as populations dispersed. Cottage industries like spinning, weaving, and dairying collapsed as families broke apart and small farms disappeared. Without these industries, rural households had fewer ways to generate income, deepening long-term poverty. The famine also disrupted generational knowledge. Farming techniques, seed-saving traditions, and livestock care skills were often passed orally within families. When entire households died or emigrated, this knowledge vanished. Children raised in workhouses or abroad grew up without understanding traditional agricultural life. A cultural gap emerged between pre-famine farming methods and modernized post-famine agriculture. Soil quality suffered too. Fields left untended eroded. Drainage systems fell into disrepair. In some areas, formerly fertile land became unusable for years. Coastal regions, where families evacuated en masse, experienced soil salinization as storms and tides swept inland. Landlords rarely invested in restoring damaged fields, preferring to expand grazing rather than reintroduce intensive tillage. By the 1850s, Ireland's agricultural infrastructure had undergone a complete transformation. What had once been a patchwork of small family farms became a landscape of large pastoral estates. The famine destroyed not only crops, but the entire social economic system that had sustained rural life. This restructuring had profound consequences, shaping Irish society, economy, and demography for more than a century. The agricultural collapse demonstrates that the famine was far more than a temporary emergency. It was a turning point in Irish history, a transition from a densely populated, small farm economy to a depopulated, commercialized, profit-driven system. This new structure had both advantages and lasting negative effects, but one thing was clear: Ireland would never return to its pre-famine way of life. While starvation and disease were the most visible faces of the famine, economic forces, particularly rent and eviction, played an equally devastating role. The landlord-tenant system had long been a source of tension in Ireland, but during the famine, it became deadly. The rigid structure of rent collection, combined with the legal power of landlords to evict tenants, turned hunger into homelessness and homelessness into death. Most rural Irish families did not own their land. They rented it from landlords, who often lived abroad and viewed their estates strictly as revenue sources. Rent was due in cash, not produce, even though many tenant families grew little besides potatoes. When the blight destroyed the potato crop, families had no means to pay rent. Instead of offering relief, many landlords issued eviction notices. Eviction was not simply the termination of a rental agreement. It was a violent process. Landlords or their agents arrived with police, bailiffs, and sometimes soldiers. They ordered families out of their cottages, often with little or no warning. Belongings were thrown onto the road. Roofs were pulled down or burned to prevent the family from returning. Mothers tried to shield children as walls collapsed around them. Elderly family members struggled to move, sometimes collapsing on the roadside. Eviction scenes became so common that they were reported in major newspapers across Britain and the United States. One of the most notorious practices was clearance eviction, where entire villages were destroyed to consolidate land. Landlords used the famine as an opportunity to improve their estates by replacing small tenants with large grazing farms. These clearances created ghost villages, rows of abandoned cottages with collapsed roofs and broken doors. Fields where families once lived became pastures for sheep or cattle. Evicted families often had nowhere to go. Some sought refuge in overcrowded workhouses, which frequently turned them away. Others wandered the countryside, begging for food, sleeping in ditches, or seeking shelter in ruined buildings. Many died from exposure before reaching assistance. Children weakened by hunger succumbed quickly to cold nights and rain-soaked clothing. Economic theory was partly to blame. Influential economists argued that the famine represented an opportunity to modernize Irish agriculture. They believed the country was overpopulated and that small farms were inefficient. These ideas justified eviction in the minds of many landlords, who saw themselves as rational actors improving their estates. But for tenants, economic modernization translated into destruction of homes, families, and communities. Not all landlords evicted tenants. Some reduced rents or provided assistance. But these compassionate individuals were exceptions. The overall system remained unforgiving. Even landlords who wanted to help often lacked sufficient funds to keep tenants housed during years of crop failure. The poor law placed relief costs on property owners, pushing many landlords into bankruptcy. The Encumbered Estates Act allowed creditors to force the sale of indebted estates, further displacing tenants. Eviction also had long-term demographic impacts. Families who lost their homes often emigrated, contributing to the massive population decline. Those who stayed lived in fear, knowing that eviction could return at any moment. This insecurity affected marriage patterns, farm investment, and community stability long after the famine ended. The economic forces of rent and eviction turned natural disaster into human tragedy. They transformed the famine from a crisis of food supply into a crisis of housing, community survival, and social justice. The scars left by these evictions, both physical and emotional, remain visible in Ireland today, in the stone ruins scattered across hillsides, and in the stories passed down through generations. The Irish famine triggered one of the largest mass migrations of the 19th century, reshaping Ireland and the world in ways that still echo today. But behind the human desperation lay an entire infrastructure: ports, shipping companies, ticket agents, and brokers who facilitated, profited from, and sometimes exploited the exodus. Understanding the mechanics of this migration reveals how mass movement became both a survival strategy and a commercial enterprise. By the late 1840s, the decision to emigrate often happened quickly. Families, faced with starvation, eviction, or the collapse of local economies, realized they had only one remaining option: leave Ireland. Yet leaving required money, planning, and access to transportation, luxuries not easily available to starving families. Many sold their last possessions to buy passage. Others received help from relatives abroad who sent money for tickets. Some landlords financed emigration to avoid paying poor law taxes, framing it as assisted emigration, though often motivated by self-interest. Ports became centers of chaos, emotion, and opportunity. Cork, Limerick, Sligo, Galway, and especially Liverpool thrummed with emigrant activity. Streets near docks filled with families carrying bundles of clothes, tools, and religious items. Some had walked miles barefoot. Many waited days or weeks for ships, sleeping in warehouses, taverns, or makeshift shelters. Disease spread easily in these crowded quarters, adding to the already high mortality. Ticket agents operated in every major town, advertising fares to America, Canada, and Australia. Some were honest businessmen. Many were dishonest, selling overpriced or fraudulent tickets. Their posters promised opportunity in the New World or safe passage to America, obscuring the harsh realities travelers would face. Families who scraped together their last coins sometimes arrived at ports only to discover their tickets invalid or the ship already full. Shipping companies rapidly expanded operations to meet the massive demand. Timber ships returning empty to North America were converted into emigrant vessels. These ships, often poorly maintained and crowded, came to be known as coffin ships because of their high mortality rates. Ship owners maximized profit by packing as many passengers as possible into cargo holds originally designed for freight, not human lives. Air circulation was minimal, sanitation inadequate, and space severely limited. The boarding process itself was traumatic. Families were inspected by authorities, questioned about health, and sometimes separated if someone appeared too sick to travel. Luggage was searched or confiscated. Once aboard, immigrants were assigned berths, narrow wooden bunks stacked in tiers with barely enough room to sit upright. The hold, dimly lit by lanterns or small openings, felt more like a prison than a vessel of hope. Food and water provisions were minimal. Ships were required to provide a certain quantity of bread, flour, oatmeal, and water per passenger, but enforcement was inconsistent. Some captains cheated, reducing rations to save money. Water supplies, stored in old barrels, became stagnant or contaminated. Passengers complained of foul smells, moldy biscuits, and worm-infested flour. Yet the voyage was only part of the migration infrastructure. Quarantine stations in North America, especially Gros Island, Quebec, were overwhelmed by the influx of starving, sick passengers. These stations were designed for small numbers, but received ship after ship filled with fever victims. Staff barely managed to process the living while burying the dead. Despite these hardships, mass migration continued to accelerate because it represented the only viable escape from famine. Even families aware of the risks saw the journey as a chance at survival rather than certain death in Ireland. This combination of desperation and hope fueled a migration industry that reshaped global demographics. The mechanics of migration reveal that the famine was not simply a natural disaster. It was a human crisis navigated through systems that range from helpful to predatory. Ports became gateways of sorrow and hope. Ships became vessels of trauma and transformation. And the journey itself became one of the most defining experiences of the great Irish diaspora. Although famine emigrants often left Ireland with little more than determination, they quickly built networks of support in their new homelands. These diaspora networks, based on kinship, parish ties, shared county origins, and cultural identity, became lifelines that helped immigrants survive, adapt, and eventually thrive. They transformed isolated immigrants into a global Irish community whose influence grew far beyond its humble beginnings. One of the most important features of diaspora networks was chain migration. Early immigrants wrote letters home describing life in America, Canada, Britain, or Australia, often enclosing money for relatives' passage. These letters served as both emotional connections and practical guides. Families learned where to find jobs, where to avoid danger, which neighborhoods welcomed Irish immigrants, and which ports had fair ticket prices. Over time, entire villages in Ireland became linked to specific cities abroad, creating micro-diasporas within the global Irish community. Irish neighborhoods grew rapidly in cities like Boston, New York, Liverpool, London, Montreal, Toronto, Philadelphia, and Melbourne. These districts were initially overcrowded and impoverished, filled with boarding houses, cramped tenements, and makeshift shelters. Yet they became places where language, religion, and cultural practices survived. New arrivals often stayed with relatives or neighbors from their home parish until they found steady work. Churches served as the backbone of these communities. Irish priests established parishes, schools, and orphanages, offering spiritual guidance and social stability. Churches helped immigrants find jobs, mediated disputes, provided charity, and organized community gatherings. Catholic parishes also reinforced Irish identity through celebrations of feast days, processions, and festivals such as St. Patrick's Day. Mutual aid societies emerged to assist the vulnerable. Organizations like the Ancient Order of Hibernians, the St. Vincent Delaware Paul Society, and various county-based clubs provided financial support to the sick, unemployed, or grieving. They organized funerals, paid medical bills, and helped immigrants navigate the unfamiliar legal systems of their new countries. These societies also hosted dances, meetings, and cultural events that kept traditions alive. Irish women played crucial roles in diaspora networks. Many worked as domestic servants, sending home money that supported entire families in Ireland. Their wages funded siblings' education, parent survival, and the immigration of cousins or neighbors. Women also formed support groups within parishes, teaching skills, caring for orphans, and maintaining cultural customs. As communities stabilized, Irish immigrants began entering the workforce in large numbers. They built roads, railways, canals, and urban infrastructure. Irish labor powered the industrial expansion of the United States and Canada. Over time, Some gained higher status jobs in police forces, fire departments, politics, and trade unions. These roles placed Irish immigrants in positions of influence, helping them shape local policies and protect community interests. Diaspora networks also became political forces. Irish Americans, in particular, used their growing power to support movements for Irish independence. Organizations such as the Fenian Brotherhood raised money, supplied weapons, and lobbied American politicians. Irish communities in Britain pushed for land reform and home rule, influencing British politics through sheer demographic presence. Even in Australia, Irish settlers became influential in labor movements and politics, helping shape the emerging nation's identity. Their experiences with oppression, famine, and colonialism made them vocal advocates for workers' rights and social justice. These global networks ensured that famine immigrants were never truly alone. They built communities that provided support in times of crisis, preserved cultural identity, and maintained emotional ties to the homeland. The diaspora became not just a result of the famine, but a powerful force that shaped the future of Ireland and the countries where Irish immigrants settled. Life in exile forced Irish immigrants to renegotiate their identities. They arrived in foreign lands traumatized by hunger, carrying memories of loss, injustice, and displacement. Yet they were also determined to survive and adapt. Their identity became a dynamic blend of preservation and reinvention, shaped by new environments, but grounded in memories of the famine. For many immigrants, Irish identity became stronger abroad than it had been at home. In Ireland, identity was woven naturally into everyday life. Language, landscape, music, and communal rituals. Abroad, these elements had to be recreated deliberately. This conscious preservation helped define the Irish diaspora as one of the most culturally cohesive migrant groups in global history. Memory played a central role. Famine survivors kept alive stories of hunger, eviction, emigration, and resilience. These stories were told to children and grandchildren, becoming part of family identity. Even when details faded, the emotional truth remained. We came from suffering. We survived. We remember. This shaped diaspora values such as perseverance, generosity, and suspicion of injustice. Yet Irish identity abroad also required assimilation. In America, Ireland, and Australia, Irish immigrants needed English to survive. They adopted new customs, accents, clothing styles, and work habits. Many took pride in becoming American, Canadian, or Australian while still identifying as Irish. This dual identity gave rise to the concept of hyphenated nationality, Irish American, Irish Canadian, Irish Australian, which became a defining feature of diaspora culture. At times, assimilation was forced. Anti-Irish prejudice was widespread. In the United States, signs reading "No Irish Need Apply" appeared in job postings. Newspapers depicted Irish immigrants as lazy, violent, or uneducated. Assimilation became a survival strategy. Immigrants worked hard to prove their worth, often taking dangerous or low-paying jobs to support families. Despite discrimination, Irish culture thrived. Music, dance, storytelling, and Catholic rituals created cultural enclaves within larger cities. Irish pubs became community centers where news was shared, songs were sung, and bonds were strengthened. These spaces protected cultural identity while allowing adaptation to new surroundings. Immigrants also reinvented Irish symbols. St. Patrick's Day, which in Ireland had been a modest religious holiday, became a major public celebration abroad. Parades, green banners, shamrocks, and Irish flags transformed the day into a statement of pride and visibility. These celebrations strengthened Irish identity and challenged anti-Irish prejudice. The diaspora also reshaped Irish political identity. Immigrants often viewed independence movements with greater urgency than those who remained in Ireland. Their memories of famine, combined with political freedom in democratic countries, encouraged activism. Irish Americans funded political organizations, supported revolutionary leaders, and influenced public opinion in the United States. This international support became crucial in later struggles for Irish independence. Over generations, the diaspora produced new cultural expressions: Irish American literature, Irish Canadian folklore, Australian Irish ballads. These works blended old traditions with new realities, creating hybrid identities that enriched both Ireland and the world. Ultimately, exile did not erase Irish identity. It transformed it. The diaspora became a global extension of Ireland, shaped by hunger but defined by resilience. Their reinvention of identity ensured that the famine, though devastating, would not silence the Irish spirit. Instead, it would spread that spirit across continents, creating a global community united by history, memory, and pride. As the Irish famine unfolded between 1845 and 1852, it became one of the first major humanitarian disasters to be reported widely across the globe. Newspapers, diplomats, missionaries, and private travelers described Ireland's suffering in vivid, often horrifying detail. These accounts shaped international understanding of the crisis and fueled debates about British policies, colonial responsibility, and moral obligation. Through printed words and first-hand testimonies, the world witnessed a catastrophe that was both natural and tragically political. In the United States, newspaper coverage was extensive. Irish immigrants formed a significant portion of the American population even before the famine, so interest in events unfolding in Ireland was unusually strong. American journalists published detailed articles describing starving families, mass evictions, and overcrowded workhouses. Since the United States was politically independent from Britain, American newspapers were often more blunt in criticizing British inaction. Editorials condemned the British government for allowing hunger to ravage a neighboring island while food exports continued. Some newspapers even framed the famine as evidence of the moral decay of imperial rule. Travelers from America wrote personal letters describing what they saw in Ireland. Skeletal figures on roadsides, children begging for crumbs, villages turned to ruins. These letters circulated widely, reinforcing the emotional impact of the famine among immigrant communities. Irish Americans, many of whom still had relatives in Ireland, read these accounts with grief, anger, and urgency. In Europe, reactions varied. French, German, and Italian newspapers covered the famine with sympathy, though some viewed it through the lens of political upheaval. Europe in 1848 was simmering with revolutions. Many intellectuals saw Ireland's suffering as evidence of broader social injustices across the continent. European philanthropists donated money to relief efforts, and Catholic solidarity motivated additional support from Italy, France, and Spain. The papacy publicly expressed sorrow and encouraged humanitarian aid. Yet many European elites, particularly economists, used Ireland as a cautionary tale about overpopulation, inefficient agriculture, or cultural backwardness. These interpretations were deeply flawed, but influenced political thought throughout the 19th century. They framed Irish suffering as a product of internal failings rather than colonial mismanagement, allowing European governments to quietly distance themselves from moral responsibility. The Ottoman Empire provided one of the most remarkable responses. Sultan Abdulmecid sent a donation of 1,000 pounds to Ireland after hearing about the crisis. Historical accounts suggest he attempted to send more, up to £10,000, but British diplomats allegedly pressured him to reduce the amount, fearing embarrassment. According to Irish tradition, the Sultan also sent ships with food to the port of Drogheda, where residents today commemorate his generosity with a plaque bearing the Ottoman crescent and the Irish harp. Indian newspapers, especially in Calcutta and Bombay, expressed a unique perspective. India had recently endured its own devastating famines under British rule, and Indian writers drew parallels between Irish suffering and colonial exploitation in their own land. Some Indian commentators expressed deep sympathy, recognizing the shared experience of hunger under imperial governance. Others used the famine to criticize British rule, calling it evidence of systematic neglect. Quaker observers provided some of the most reliable and compassionate first-hand reports. Members of the Society of Friends traveled across Ireland, documenting conditions in diaries and letters. Their accounts emphasized the human suffering of all classes and avoided political bias. They described children eating grass, families living in roofless huts, and entire parishes where hardly anyone survived. Because Quakers prioritized accuracy and humanitarianism, their writings were highly respected internationally. British newspapers, unsurprisingly, presented a mixed picture. Some journalists genuinely mourned Irish suffering and criticized government policies. Others echoed official narratives blaming Irish laziness or over-reliance on the potato. Conservative newspapers argued that excessive relief would encourage dependency, while liberal papers urged greater intervention. These debates mirrored political tensions within Britain, fueling discussions that shaped future social policies. Ultimately, international reporting played a critical role in shaping global understanding of the famine. It exposed the tragedy, generated sympathy, fueled outrage, and contributed to relief efforts. Although the world lacked modern communication technologies, the famine became a global story, one that highlighted the interconnectedness of nations and foreshadowed the emergence of international humanitarianism. The Irish famine did more than reveal suffering. It inspired one of the earliest large-scale international humanitarian responses in history. People from diverse backgrounds, religions, and social classes mobilized to help a starving nation across the sea. These efforts marked the beginning of organized global philanthropy, demonstrating that compassion could transcend borders even in a world without modern communication or transportation. Some of the largest and most sustained relief came from the United States. American cities with large Irish populations, such as Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, hosted fundraising events, charity drives, and church-sponsored collections. Irish immigrants, despite their own poverty, donated generously. American newspapers published urgent appeals, encouraging readers to help our suffering brethren in Ireland. Donations range from modest coins collected in rural churches to large contributions from wealthy philanthropists. One of the most notable events was the 1847 fundraising appeal organized by the Choctaw Nation. The Choctaw people, themselves survivors of the horrific 1830s trail of tears forced migration, empathized with the Irish plight. Despite having very little, they collected $170, the equivalent of thousands of dollars today, and sent it to Ireland. This act of indigenous generosity is remembered with profound reverence in modern Ireland, symbolizing a shared history of suffering and solidarity. The Quakers, or Society of Friends, played a critical role in structuring relief. Unlike many religious organizations, the Quakers insisted that aid be non-sectarian and carefully managed. They established soup kitchens, distributed clothing and seeds, and created work programs. Their meticulous accounting practices ensured donations were used effectively. Quaker relief workers risked their lives traveling through fever-stricken regions, offering comfort and practical support to starving families. The Roman Catholic Church also orchestrated major relief campaigns. Pope Pius IX donated funds and issued public appeals for aid. Parishes across Europe collected money, clothing, and food. In France, church-led efforts helped raise awareness and inspire charitable action among ordinary citizens. Catholic clergy traveled between countries to coordinate relief shipments and ensure resources reached the hardest-hit communities. Perhaps the most organized European response came from the British Relief Association, BRA, founded in 1847. Funded by donations from Britain, the European continent, and wealthy individuals around the world, the BRA raised nearly £200,000, equivalent to hundreds of millions today. This money funded large-scale soup kitchens, food imports, and transportation of relief supplies. The BRA worked closely with Irish officials, but often clashed with the British government, whose inconsistent policies hindered relief delivery. Surprisingly, even impoverished communities around the world contributed. Jamaican laborers, recently emancipated from slavery, donated money to Irish relief funds. Their empathy sprang from shared experience of hardship under colonial rule. Former enslaved people in America also organized small community donations, offering solidarity from one oppressed people to another. Across Europe, individuals hosted benefit concerts, theatrical performances, and public lectures to raise money. Italian opera houses staged charity performances. French intellectuals published pamphlets urging action. German nobles sent grain shipments. Though the amounts varied, the symbolic significance of global compassion was enormous. Naval and merchant ships became lifelines, carrying food across the Atlantic. Corn from America, wheat from the Mediterranean, and flour from Canada traveled to Irish ports. In some cases, ship captains refused payment or reduced freight charges to maximize food delivery. Humanitarian crews braved storms, disease outbreaks, and long journeys to bring aid to starving communities. Despite these efforts, relief was uneven and often insufficient. Corruption, transportation delays, local tensions, and political obstacles limited the impact of humanitarian aid. In many regions, relief arrived too late to save the most vulnerable. But even with its flaws, the global response to the famine represented a milestone in international humanitarianism. For the first time, the world engaged collectively in responding to a foreign tragedy. People who had never seen Ireland cared deeply about its fate. Their compassion laid the groundwork for future global relief efforts, from Red Cross missions to modern disaster aid. The Irish famine taught the world that suffering in one nation can resonate far beyond its borders, inspiring action and shaping the future of global humanitarian ethics. The Irish famine reshaped international politics in ways few could have predicted. Beyond humanitarian sympathy, the famine triggered debates about immigration, colonialism, national identity, and the responsibilities of governments. It influenced political thought in the United States, Britain, Europe, and even colonial territories, establishing patterns that would shape global politics for decades. In the United States, the influx of hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants fueled heated political debates. American cities struggled to absorb the new arrivals, who were often destitute, sick, and desperate for work. Political groups, such as the Know Nothing Party, capitalized on anti-Irish and anti-Catholic sentiment, arguing that Irish immigrants threatened American values and labor markets. This movement helped shape early U.S. immigration policy, leading to nativist restrictions and widespread discrimination. Yet the political reaction was not purely negative. Irish immigrants quickly became a significant voting bloc in major cities. Politicians courted their support, and the Irish used their growing political influence to advocate for labor rights, urban reforms, and Irish independence. The famine thus contributed to the rise of Irish-American political power, which would play crucial roles in U.S. history, from municipal governance to national elections. In Britain, the famine sparked fierce political battles. Critics accused the government of negligence, incompetence, or cruelty. Parliamentary debates raged over whether the state had a duty to intervene in markets, provide relief, or protect tenants. The ideological conflict between laissez-faire economics and humanitarian responsibility became one of the most important political lessons of the era. The famine also intensified tensions between Ireland and Britain. Irish leaders used the catastrophe to argue that British rule was inherently unjust and incompetent. The trauma of famine fueled nationalist movements, strengthened calls for land reform, and deepened distrust of the British government. This resentment ultimately helped lay the foundations for the Irish independence movement of the 20th century. Across Europe, the famine influenced political philosophy. Intellectuals in France, Germany, and Italy used the Irish disaster as evidence of the failures of aristocratic privilege and colonial economics. Some linked the famine to broader European revolutions of 1848, arguing that structural inequality, not natural disaster, was the real cause of mass suffering. These arguments helped shape early socialist and democratic movements. In India, the famine sparked powerful commentaries on colonial responsibility. Indian writers and political thinkers drew parallels between Irish suffering and the famines that ravaged India under British rule. Newspapers criticized British economic policies, arguing that imperial rule systematically favored profit over human life. This connection between Irish and Indian experiences became an important element in future anti-colonial thought. Even in the Ottoman Empire and the Middle East, the famine shaped diplomatic relationships. The Sultan's donation to Ireland improved perceptions of the Ottoman government in Europe, while exposing tensions between the Empire and Britain. The event demonstrated how humanitarian gestures could influence international prestige. The famine also influenced immigration policy in other countries. Canada, overwhelmed by disease and death in quarantine stations like Grosse Isle, implemented stricter immigration controls. Australian colonies debated whether to continue accepting large numbers of destitute Irish immigrants. In some cases, famine survivors were welcomed for their labor. In others, they were viewed with suspicion. Perhaps most importantly, the famine influenced global discussions about state responsibility. It raised critical questions. What obligations does a government have to protect its population? Should economic ideology take precedence over human life? What role should international actors play in humanitarian crises? These questions would echo through future famines in India, China, Russia, and Africa. The Irish famine became a case study in the moral failures of governments, shaping political thought across continents. In short, the famine did not happen in isolation. It rippled outward, touching global politics, shaping ideologies, and altering the course of international relationships. It showed the world that mass suffering in one place can transform the political landscape far beyond its borders. The Great Famine was not simply a humanitarian and economic disaster. It was also a profound political turning point. Before the famine, Ireland had long struggled with issues of land ownership, absentee landlords, religious discrimination, and British political domination. But the famine intensified these grievances, transforming local frustrations into a nationwide political consciousness. The trauma of starvation revealed, in the eyes of many Irish people, the fundamental failures of British policy and colonial rule. Out of these failures emerged new political movements, fresh demand for justice, and the seeds of modern Irish nationalism. Prior to the famine, political power in Ireland was limited. The Catholic emancipation movement, led by Daniel O'Connell, had achieved a major victory in 1829, granting Catholics the right to sit in Parliament. But the broader struggle for Irish autonomy, the repeal movement, was losing steam by the mid-1840s. When the famine struck, O'Connell appealed desperately to the British government for intervention. His speeches grew increasingly emotional, pleading for compassion and urgent relief. But as he watched millions suffer and die, he grew disillusioned. He declared that British neglect was a stain on the conscience of the empire and that the famine exposed the moral bankruptcy of British governance in Ireland. O'Connell's death in 1847 left a political vacuum. Younger activists, especially the members of Young Ireland, stepped forward. Their approach differed sharply from O'Connell's peaceful constitutional tactics. They believed the famine proved that Ireland could not rely on British goodwill. Many Young Irelanders were intellectuals, poets, and journalists who advocated cultural pride, national education, and the revival of Irish identity. They saw the famine not as an isolated event, but as the culmination of centuries of oppression. Young Ireland leaders like Thomas Davis, Charles Gavin Duffy, and William Smith O'Brien used newspapers, particularly The Nation, to criticize British policies and inspire cultural pride. Their writings argued that a nation must possess not only political autonomy, but also a strong cultural foundation rooted in language, history, and shared experience. The famine provided the emotional fuel for this ideology. Starvation made identity feel vulnerable and precious. Cultural expression became a form of resistance. Tensions escalated in 1848 when revolutions broke out across Europe. Inspired by political upheavals in France, Germany, and Italy, Young Ireland staged an attempted rebellion. Though poorly organized and quickly crushed, the rebellion's significance lay not in its military success, but in its symbolism. It demonstrated that famine-era suffering had ignited a new willingness among some Irish to challenge British power directly. The British authorities viewed the rebellion as a threat and responded with arrests, trials, and imprisonments. Many Young Ireland leaders were exiled to Australia, where their experiences helped shape future nationalist movements. Meanwhile, the famine exposed the deep flaws of the landlord system. Irish tenants, watching relatives die and cottages collapse, began to view landowners not as economic overseers, but as political enemies. Rent, eviction, and consolidation became political rallying points. These grievances laid the groundwork for the later land war of the late 19th century, when tenant farmers organized boycotts, protests, and political campaigns demanding land reform. Politically, the famine radicalized an entire generation. Survivors concluded that no matter how eloquent their appeals, the British government's priorities lay elsewhere. Laissez-faire economic ideology, so stubbornly defended by officials, became synonymous with cruelty. The belief that market forces should be allowed to take their natural course was seen as a deliberate abandonment of the Irish poor. The famine also created a powerful emotional narrative of betrayal. Many Irish people believed they had been sacrificed to political ideology and imperial greed. This sentiment spread through stories, songs, and oral tradition. Children grew up hearing tales of hunger, eviction, and British indifference. These stories fostered a sense of collective anger that later nationalist movements, Home Rule, the Fenian Brotherhood, and ultimately the struggle for independence would harness. Thus, the famine did more than cause mass suffering. It awakened a political consciousness grounded in memory, trauma, and longing for justice. It shifted Ireland from passive acceptance of British rule to active resistance. The famine was, in many ways, the beginning of the end of the British Empire in Ireland. While political leaders debated strategies for reform or revolution, ordinary Irish people engaged in their own forms of resistance. The famine brought unbearable pressures: rent increases, evictions, and predatory landlords that pushed rural communities to fight back in creative, courageous, and sometimes desperate ways. Though poorly documented in official records, these grassroots movements were crucial in shaping Ireland's political future. Rural resistance did not begin with the famine. Secret societies such as the White Boys, Ribbon Men, and Molly Maguires had existed for decades, protesting evictions, unfair rents, and landlord cruelty. Their methods ranged from nighttime raids to property sabotage to public shaming of oppressive agents. The famine, however, intensified these activities and broadened their purpose. What had once been localized acts of defiance became part of a larger struggle for survival. During the famine, landlords continued evictions even as families starved. In some regions, entire villages were cleared to make way for grazing land. These clearances sparked resistance. Tenant farmers, unwilling to watch neighbors die without protest, formed small groups to interfere with evictions. They tore down eviction notices, blocked roads, and confronted bailiffs. Women played significant roles, banging pots, shouting warnings, or forming protective circles around families facing eviction. One of the most devastating examples of landlord cruelty occurred in the West Clare and Skibbereen regions, where mass evictions became common. In response, communities developed systems of mutual protection. They kept watch at night, warning families when agents approached. Some villagers moved tools, livestock, or food supplies to hidden locations to prevent their seizure. Resistance took nonviolent forms as well. Poor tenants often refused to cooperate with landlords or agents administering estate reforms. They disrupted auctions, sabotaged fences, or drove cattle off cleared land. These acts, while risky, demonstrated the community's refusal to accept destruction as inevitable. As the famine progressed, resistance grew more organized. Tenant farmers began forming early versions of what would later become the Land League, though a formal national movement did not emerge until after the famine. These early groups focused on three core objectives: fair rent, affordable fees that reflected local conditions; fixity of tenure, protection from arbitrary eviction; free sale, the right to sell or transfer tenancy. Although these goals would not be fully articulated until the 1870s, they originated in the desperation of famine-era resistance. The people understood, perhaps more clearly than ever, that land was the foundation of survival. Without land security, no reform could protect them from future catastrophe. Religious leaders sometimes supported resistance efforts. Priests intervened in eviction cases, negotiated with landlords, or publicly condemned unfair practices. While they discouraged violent resistance, many priests defended their congregations passionately. Some sheltered families in church buildings, risking retaliation from authorities. Resistance also took emotional and symbolic forms. Songs and ballads spread across villages, criticizing landlords and celebrating acts of defiance. These songs became cultural weapons, preserving stories of resistance and inspiring future generations. They described heroic tenants who stood up to cruel landlords, families who refused to be intimidated, and communities that clung to dignity despite poverty. Though rural resistance rarely stopped eviction or starvation, It revealed the growing determination of the Irish people to assert their rights. These early movements laid the foundation for the more organized and highly effective land agitation of the late 19th century, which would transform Ireland's rural landscape, redistribute land ownership, and weaken the landlord class irreversibly. The famine showed the Irish people that resistance was not only possible, but necessary. It taught them that survival required solidarity, courage, and a willingness to challenge unjust authority. These lessons would later revolutionize Ireland's political future. While resistance simmered across rural Ireland, organized nationalist movements took root among intellectuals, revolutionaries, and immigrants. The famine acted as a catalyst, transforming isolated political dreams into a cohesive, long-term struggle for independence. These movements did not immediately free Ireland, but they created the ideological and structural foundation for the eventual revolution in the early 20th century. The Young Ireland movement, born in the 1840s, was the first major political organization whose identity was shaped directly by famine trauma. Young Irelanders believed that Irish culture was the soul of the nation, and that no political freedom was possible without cultural pride. Their newspaper, The Nation, carried poetry, essays, and articles that promoted Irish history, folklore, and patriotism. During the famine, their writings took on a sharper tone. They criticized British policies, condemned landlord cruelty, and inspired ordinary Irish people to see themselves not as helpless victims, but as a nation capable of dignity and resistance. The failed rebellion of 1848, though militarily insignificant, became a powerful symbol. Its leaders, William Smith O'Brien, Thomas Francis Meagher, and others, were transported to Tasmania or forced into exile. But far from silencing the movement, their exile spread nationalist ideas across the globe. Meagher eventually escaped to America, where he became a general in the Union Army during the Civil War. These exiled leaders served as both martyrs and missionaries for the cause of Irish freedom. In the years following the famine, a new organization emerged from the Diaspora, the Fenian Brotherhood in America and the Irish Republican Brotherhood, IRB, in Ireland. Founded in 1858, the Fenians represented a more radical, military-oriented branch of nationalism. Many of its members were famine immigrants or the sons of famine survivors. Their memories of suffering and injustice fueled the determination to overthrow British rule by force if necessary. The Fenians organized in secret, recruited members across Ireland and the Diaspora, and launched attempts at uprising in the 1860s. Though these revolts were suppressed, the Fenians succeeded in keeping the flame of revolution alive. They also helped create a global support network for Irish independence, using connections formed during the famine migration. Irish Americans, in particular, played a vital role by providing money, weapons, and political support. Meanwhile, cultural nationalism grew stronger. The trauma of the famine had nearly extinguished the Irish language in many regions, but it also inspired a revival movement in later decades. Organizations like the Gaelic League, founded in 1893, sought to preserve Irish language, music, and traditions. This cultural revival was deeply connected to famine memory. People recognized that neglecting their heritage would allow the famine to erase not only lives, but identity itself. Political nationalism also evolved. Leaders like Charles Stewart Parnell harnessed the anger of famine survivors and their children to demand land reform and home rule. The Land League, founded by Michael DeWitt in the 1870s, drew directly from famine-era grievances. DeWitt, the son of a famine-evicted family, believed that true freedom would only come when land was returned to the people. The land war that followed successfully secured major reforms, weakening landlord power and transforming rural Ireland. All these movements, Young Ireland, the Fenians, the Land League, and the Gaelic Revival, stemmed from the same root: the famine's devastation and the belief that such a tragedy must never be allowed to happen again. The political awakening sparked by the famine traveled across decades, culminating in the Easter Rising of 1916, the War of Independence, and the eventual creation of the Irish Free State. In this sense, the famine was not only a period of suffering, it was a political rebirth. Out of hunger came determination. Out of loss came identity. Out of injustice came revolution. The famine's legacy lived on not only in memory, but in the political foundations of a modern Irish nation. The Great Famine produced one of the most profound demographic shifts in European history. Between 1845 and 1852, Ireland lost approximately 2 million people, 1 million to death and another million to emigration. But the famine's influence on population did not end with those immediate losses. Over the next century, Ireland continued to shrink, reaching a population level so low that it stunned demographers and shaped every aspect of Irish life, from politics to culture to international identity. Before the famine, Ireland had been one of the most densely populated rural societies in Europe, with over 8 million inhabitants. Many lived in large families, and children were extremely common. Households of 8, 10, or even 12 children were not unusual. Rural communities were vibrant, noisy, and interconnected. Village lanes teemed with activity. Weddings, funerals, and festivals brought hundreds together. Even the poorest people lived within a bustling social fabric. The famine shattered this demographic landscape in ways that were both immediate and long-lasting. Mortality struck unevenly. The poorest regions, Connaught, Munster, and parts of Ulster, suffered the worst losses. In some parishes, half the population perished or fled. Entire families vanished. Graves were left unmarked, villages dissolved, and the countryside fell eerily silent. But the greatest demographic change came from immigration. Once the famine opened the migration pipeline, it never closed. For decades after the famine ended, young Irish people continued to leave. Emigration became a cultural tradition, almost a rite of passage. Families planned for it. Parents encouraged it. Letters and remittances normalized it. Irish society increasingly assumed that younger generations would achieve their future abroad, not at home. This continuous emigration produced a drastic, long-term population decline. By 1900, Ireland's population had fallen to about 4.5 million. By 1961, it reached its lowest point, just 2.8 million, barely one-third of the pre-famine number. No other Western European country experienced such a prolonged and severe demographic collapse. Several forces reinforced this decline. One was the shift in marriage patterns. The famine ended the old system of early marriage and large families. Parents no longer subdivided land among multiple children because doing so had contributed to famine vulnerability. Instead, the single-heir system developed. One child, usually the eldest son, inherited the farm. The others were expected to emigrate or remain unmarried. This new system led to late marriages and fewer children. Families no longer expected to raise large households. Survival had replaced expansion. Another factor was changing cultural attitudes. After the famine, many Irish people developed a cautious, conservative approach to family planning. Poverty and hunger had scarred them deeply. They feared raising more children than they could support. This caution became embedded in Irish mentality for generations, further discouraging population growth. The famine also had a dramatic impact on gender balance. So many young women emigrated, sometimes in greater numbers than men, that many villages lacked potential brides. The shortage led to widespread bachelorhood and overall decline in marriage rates. This demographic imbalance persisted well into the 20th century, shaping Irish social customs and contributing to rural decline. Long-term depopulation had economic consequences too. Regions that once supported busy markets, bustling fairs, and thriving agricultural activity became sparsely populated. Schools closed. Parishes merged. Roads that once echoed with the sounds of carts and footsteps grew silent. The reduction of labor slowed economic development and made modernization difficult. Yet the demographic collapse had another, more subtle impact. It transformed Ireland's emotional landscape. Families became more tightly knit, aware that each child represented continuity in a world where so many had vanished. Communities held onto traditions, songs, and stories to preserve memory. Even as people emigrated, the emotional connection to Ireland strengthened. The diaspora became an extension of the homeland, carrying Irish culture to the far corners of the world. Despite its small population, Ireland maintained a global presence through its millions of immigrants and their descendants. Irish identity, forged in loss, became stronger precisely because of that loss. The famine created a demographic tragedy that reshaped Irish society forever, but also produced a global Irish family whose cultural influence far exceeded the island size. The Great Famine left scars not only on Ireland's land and population, but also on its cultural psyche. It reshaped how the Irish people viewed themselves, their past, their faith, and their place within the world. The famine introduced a cultural trauma so profound that it influenced generations who never experienced the event firsthand. Its presence lingered in silence, stories, rituals, and emotional habits, becoming an invisible force guiding Irish identity. One of the most striking cultural consequences was the emergence of famine silence. Many survivors refused to speak about their experiences. The memories were too painful, too humiliating, or too emotionally overwhelming. Parents shielded children from the horror they had endured, leaving younger generations with only fragments of memory. This silence became a cultural inheritance. Children sensed the weight of unspoken sorrow in their households, developing a deep emotional awareness even without knowing the full history. Yet silence did not equate to forgetting. Instead, the famine became embedded subtly in Irish emotional life. It influenced attitudes toward food, security, generosity, and risk. People became deeply frugal, careful never to waste food, always anxious about uncertain futures. Even well into the 20th century, Irish families practiced habits rooted in famine memory, saving leftovers, storing extra supplies, planting gardens, or stockpiling fuel. The famine also changed Ireland's storytelling traditions. Pre-famine folklore was filled with supernatural beings, heroic adventures, and humorous tales. After the famine, the tone shifted. More stories centered on loss, exile, and suffering. Songs mourned the deaths of loved ones, the destruction of homes, and the loneliness of immigrants in foreign lands. Famine graves, ghost villages, and abandoned cottages became symbols of both sorrow and resilience. Moral attitudes shifted as well. The famine's horrors deepened compassion within Irish culture. Communities that had watched neighbors die understood suffering intimately. This empathy later shaped Ireland's humanitarian identity. For instance, Ireland, despite being a small nation, became a significant contributor to global famine relief in the 20th and 21st centuries. Organizations like Concern Worldwide emerged partly from a moral conviction born of famine memory, that no people should endure what Ireland had suffered. Religion played a major role in shaping morality during and after the famine. Catholicism grew dramatically in influence. The church became a source of comfort, stability, and moral authority. Priests, who had often shared in the suffering of their parishioners, gained respect and trust. Religious practices intensified. Confession, fasting, rosary devotion, and attendance at Mass increased significantly. This spiritual resurgence reinforced moral values such as humility, charity, obedience, and community solidarity. However, the famine also introduced moral contradictions. While many interpreted the tragedy through a religious lens, seeing it as divine test or punishment, others questioned faith. Some survivors turned inward, doubting the justice of a world in which so many innocents suffered. This tension created a complex spiritual landscape in which faith and doubt coexisted. The famine reshaped gender roles and family expectations. Women became central figures in maintaining household stability. Their resilience during the famine elevated their moral authority within families. Men, whose provider roles had been devastated by starvation and unemployment, often struggled with guilt or diminished social status. These shifts influenced Irish social norms well into the modern era. Culturally, the famine created a sharper awareness of Irish identity. People felt a renewed attachment to the land, language, and traditions that had sustained earlier generations. Even those who emigrated carried Irish customs with them, passing them down to children in America, Australia, Britain, and Canada. Irish identity abroad became a dynamic blend of mourning, pride, resistance, and heritage. Ultimately, the famine transformed Irish culture in ways both painful and profound. It produced an enduring legacy of empathy, resilience, spiritual introspection, and cultural continuity. The famine became not only a historical event, but a foundational memory shaping how the Irish understood themselves, past, present, and future. The Great Famine destroyed Ireland's pre-existing economic structure, but it also set in motion long-term transformations that would eventually reshape the country's economic identity. In the immediate aftermath, Ireland's rural economy collapsed. Small farms vanished, cottage industries died out, and entire regions suffered from labor shortages and poverty. Yet, over time, these catastrophic losses created the conditions for gradual modernization, new economic patterns, and eventual redevelopment, though progress was slow and uneven. Before the famine, Ireland's economy was almost entirely agricultural. Most people lived in rural areas, growing potatoes and small grains, raising a few animals, and surviving through a mix of subsistence and local trade. Land was subdivided repeatedly, creating tiny plots that limited productivity. Cash was scarce, and households depended heavily on barter and seasonal labor. The famine broke this system permanently. Landlords consolidated holdings, replacing small tenant farms with large grazing estates. This shift devastated rural employment, but paved the way for a more commercial agriculture system focused on cattle, dairy, and sheep farming. Though traumatic, this transition increased profitability for landowners and aligned Ireland more closely with British market demands. However, the long-term economic impact was not immediately positive. Depopulation reduced labor supply dramatically. Villages that once produced local goods, linen, wool, knitted items, pottery, lost their workers. Local markets collapsed. Roads and ports fell into disrepair due to lack of use. Ireland's economy stagnated for decades, with little industrial development compared to rapidly modernizing regions of Britain and continental Europe. Immigration provided temporary relief by reducing the number of people dependent on limited resources. Remittances sent home by immigrants became a crucial support for many Irish households. This external income provided stability, but also created dependency. Some families relied more on money from America than on local economic opportunities. In the late 19th century, new movements emerged to address economic inequality, many led by individuals shaped by famine memory. The Land League fought for tenant rights, leading to a series of land acts that transferred land ownership from landlords to tenant farmers. By the early 20th century, many Irish farmers finally owned their land, a monumental achievement that reshaped rural life. Ownership encouraged investment. Families improved land quality, expanded herds, installed drainage systems, and modernized tools. Agricultural education programs were established to teach new farming techniques. Cooperative movements, led by figures like Horace Plunkett, promoted collective ownership of creameries, mills, and marketing networks. These cooperatives helped farmers obtain better prices for butter, milk, and livestock, making rural life more sustainable. Industrial development, however, remained slow. Colonial trade policies had historically discouraged Irish manufacturing. Even after political changes, Ireland struggled to attract large-scale industry. Dublin, Belfast, and Cork saw some growth, but the countryside lagged behind. Poverty remained widespread well into the 20th century. Despite these challenges, the famine set the stage for eventual modernization. The collapse of the old system forced Ireland to reconsider its economic identity. Immigration expanded global Irish networks, which later became channels for investment, innovation, and cultural exchange. The Diaspora played a role in supporting Ireland's political and economic development, particularly after independence. By the late 20th century, especially after joining the European Economic Community in 1973, Ireland began to experience rapid economic growth. Foreign investment increased, technology companies established operations, and urban centers expanded. Though far removed from the famine era, this modern resurgence was built on a landscape shaped by the famine. Fewer people, more consolidated land, and a long tradition of adaptability. In a tragic way, the famine cleared the economic slate. It erased an old, unsustainable system and forced Ireland to evolve. The cost was immeasurable in human terms, but out of destruction came transformation. Ireland today, modern, innovative, globally connected, emerged from a century-long economic evolution that began with the devastating collapse of the 1840s. As the generations after the famine grew older, Ireland began to confront a difficult but essential task: how to remember a tragedy so vast that it reshaped the nation's very existence. The Great Hunger had left behind a landscape of abandoned villages, famine graves, ruined cottages, and ghostly silence. But these physical traces, while powerful, were scattered and fragile. To keep the memory alive, Ireland needed more lasting memorials, monuments, artworks, ceremonies, and sacred spaces that would honor the dead, acknowledge the suffering, and preserve history for future generations. Yet commemoration did not begin immediately. For decades after the famine, many survivors remained silent, unable or unwilling to relive their trauma. Families rarely discussed the famine openly. Children grew up sensing sorrow but hearing few details. This cultural silence delayed public memorialization. It was not until the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as Ireland moved closer to independence and nationalism strengthened, that the famine began to emerge as a public historical subject. One of the earliest forms of commemoration was the marking of famine graves. Across Ireland, thousands of mass burial sites existed, some located in churchyards, others in fields, hills, or bogs. Local communities placed simple stone crosses or wooden markers, often without names. Many of these sites remain humble, reflecting the poverty of the era and the desire for spiritual respect rather than grandeur. Villages sometimes held local prayers or pilgrimages, keeping memory alive in modest but heartfelt ways. The most striking modern famine monuments are found in Ireland cities. Dublin's Custom House Quay hosts one of the most haunting memorials. Bronze sculptures created by Rowan Gillespie in the 1990s. The statues depict emaciated figures, thin, hollow-eyed, barefoot, walking toward an invisible ship. Their bodies are gaunt, their faces bleak, their clothes tattered. They embody the desperate emigrants who left Ireland in search of survival. The sculptures evoke not only sorrow but dignity, reminding viewers that the famine victims were people with names, families, hopes, and stories. Cork also hosts powerful famine memorials, particularly near the harbor from which immigrant ships once departed. These monuments honor both those who perished and those who emigrated to North America and Australia. Galway, Sligo, Mayo, and Donegal likewise contain famine memorials, each capturing local experiences, mass graves, lost villages, and the emotional weight of exile. International memorials play a major role as well. In Boston, a prominent famine monument stands at the heart of the city, recognizing the enormous Irish-American population whose ancestors fled the famine. New York's Irish Hunger Memorial, located in Battery Park City, is an immersive landscape sculpture built from stones brought from famine-era fields in Mayo. Visitors walk through a reconstructed Irish hillside cabin surrounded by native plants, symbolizing both memory and resilience. The design invites reflection not only on Ireland's past, but on modern global hunger. In Canada, particularly in Quebec and Toronto, memorials honor the tens of thousands of Irish immigrants who died in quarantine stations like Grosse Isle. The Grosse Isle Memorial lists the names of thousands buried there, making it one of the most sacred famine remembrance sites in the world. In Melbourne and Sydney, memorials pay tribute to Irish orphan girls sent to Australia through state-sponsored schemes. These global monuments reflect a profound truth. The famine was not only an Irish tragedy, it was a world diaspora event. Wherever famine immigrants settled, memory traveled with them, shaping local identity and contributing to the creation of memorial landscapes far from Ireland's shores. Modern commemoration reflects a shift in Ireland's relationship with its past. The famine is no longer seen solely as a tragedy, but also as a foundational moment that shaped national resilience, diaspora strength, and cultural identity. Today, National Famine Commemoration Day is observed annually, rotating between counties. Schools teach famine history in depth. Museums dedicate exhibits to famine-era life, including artifacts such as workhouse bowls, immigrant letters, landlord ledgers, and household tools. Through monuments and ceremonies, Ireland ensures that the famine's legacy, its suffering, endurance, and lessons will never be forgotten. Memory has transformed from silence to a vibrant, solemn, global act of remembrance. The story of the Great Famine has been told and retold across generations, each era reshaping its interpretation based on cultural attitudes, political priorities, and historical evidence. Historiography, the study of how history is written, reveals not only what happened, but how people understand it. The famine's historiography reflects debates about colonialism, economics, morality, nationalism, and human rights. These scholarly interpretations played a crucial role in shaping Ireland's national narrative. In the immediate aftermath of the famine, historical writing was limited. Survivors remained silent, and British officials produced sanitized reports describing the disaster as an unfortunate natural event compounded by inefficient Irish habits. Early histories often blamed the victims, portraying the Irish as overly dependent on the potato or resistant to modernization. These interpretations reflected Victorian prejudices and imperial ideology, not objective analysis. Irish nationalist writers emerged in the late 19th century with a different perspective. They portrayed the famine as a deliberate act of colonial neglect, or even genocide through indifference. These writers argued that British policies, continued food exports, inadequate relief, and rigid economic ideology made the famine far worse than it needed to be. While emotionally powerful, early nationalist accounts sometimes lacked detailed archival evidence, relying more on moral arguments than historical documentation. The 20th century brought major shifts in famine scholarship. After Irish independence in 1922, the new state showed limited interest in memorializing the famine. The government preferred to focus on nation building rather than reopening emotional wounds. But historians gradually returned to the subject, especially during the centenary years of the 1940s and 1950s. Scholars began studying landlord records, poor law documents, ship manifests, and Quaker relief correspondence. This scholarly work brought nuance, revealing the complex interplay of natural disaster and political choices. By the late 20th century, famine historiography had become a major field of research. Academics examined the global context, potato dependency, agricultural capitalism, economic ideology, and imperial policy. New interpretations emphasized that while the blight was natural, the scale of death was political. Scholars pointed out how other countries facing crop failure, such as Belgium or the Netherlands, avoided catastrophic mortality through coordinated state relief. Ireland, by contrast, was governed by a colonial administration that prioritized market principles over human survival. Debates emerged around the term genocide. Some scholars argue that the famine met the criteria of genocide through intentional neglect, food export policies, and conscious decision-making that valued property over people. Others rejected this interpretation, noting that the British government did not explicitly intend to exterminate the Irish, even if their choices caused mass death. These debates remain passionate, reflecting how famine memory intersects with national trauma and political identity. New research tools, especially digital archives, have transformed famine studies in the 21st century. Scholars can now analyze detailed demographic records, mapping population loss, migration routes, and economic changes with unprecedented accuracy. Letters, newspapers, census reports, and workhouse registers have been digitized, allowing researchers to reconstruct personal stories and local experiences. Oral history has also become important. Although direct survivors are long gone, their stories were preserved by children and grandchildren. Interviews conducted in the 20th century reveal memories passed down through families. Stories of eviction, hunger, fever, desperation, and resilience. These accounts complement archival documents, adding emotional depth to historical analysis. Famine historiography continues to evolve. Modern scholars now examine topics once overlooked: gender, childhood, disability, psychological trauma, and cultural loss. The famine is increasingly studied not only as an economic or political event, but as a human catastrophe with profound social, emotional, and cultural consequences. Through shifting historiography, the famine has moved from silence to scholarly depth, from political argument to global memory. Each generation reinterprets it, finding new meaning in its tragedy. The famine story continues to grow, shaped by new evidence, new perspectives, and a growing desire to understand one of history's most devastating human disasters. Though more than 175 years have passed, the Great Famine remains a living part of Irish identity, shaping the nation's values, global image, and moral priorities. Its legacy appears not only in monuments and histories, but in the social attitudes, international relationships, and humanitarian commitments of modern Ireland. What began as a national tragedy has become a global symbol of endurance, empathy, and remembrance. One of the famine's most profound legacies is Ireland's modern humanitarian identity. Having endured mass starvation, Ireland emerged with a strong cultural aversion to hunger. Irish people, both at home and across the diaspora, consistently support international famine relief efforts, from Ethiopia to Somalia to Yemen. Organizations such as Concern Worldwide, Goal, and Trocare operate on multiple continents, driven partly by collective memory. Irish humanitarian workers often say they feel connected to global suffering because our ancestors knew hunger. This moral connection has become a guiding principle in Ireland's foreign policy and charitable culture. The diaspora remains another central legacy. More than 70 million people worldwide claim Irish ancestry today, over 10 times the population of Ireland itself. These global Irish communities, formed largely by famine migration, maintain emotional ties to Ireland. Music, literature, dance, language classes, St. Patrick's Day celebrations, and cultural festivals preserve a sense of Irishness across continents. In cities like Boston, Chicago, New York, Montreal, Melbourne, and Buenos Aires, Irish identity thrives as a dynamic, adaptive heritage. This global presence gives Ireland a unique cultural influence. Irish artists, writers, musicians, and political figures continue to shape international culture. Many prominent Irish Americans, politicians, actors, scholars, trace their roots directly to famine-era immigrants. Their stories keep history alive across generations and national borders. Within Ireland, the famine's legacy appears in geography, population distribution, and cultural memory. Western regions still hold the highest concentration of famine ruins. Stone cottages with missing roofs, abandoned fields, famine roads that lead nowhere, and unmarked graves hidden among hills. These landscapes are silent reminders of a time when life vanished overnight. Modern travelers walk through these ruins not as tourists, but as witnesses to history. Schools teach students to preserve these sites, treating them as sacred spaces where memory resides. Irish literature continues to draw from famine memory. Writers explore themes of loss, exile, survival, and resilience. Modern novels, poems, and plays reinterpret the famine through new lenses: psychological, feminist, diasporic, or post-colonial. Artists use famine imagery to comment on hunger, injustice, or displacement in today's world. The famine has become both a historical subject and a metaphor for human endurance. In politics, famine memory reinforces Ireland's commitment to social welfare, community safety nets, and food security. Policies supporting agriculture, rural revitalization, and poverty prevention all reflect the belief that state neglect must never again endanger lives. Even contemporary debates about housing, healthcare, and inequality sometimes invoke famine history as a reminder of past failures and future responsibility. On a cultural level, the famine shaped Irish family dynamics for generations. Even today, older Irish families sometimes recall famine-era habits, avoiding food waste, conserving resources, sharing with neighbors, or maintaining strong family bonds. These habits, taught unconsciously across generations, reflect the emotional memory of survival. The famine also serves as a bridge between Ireland and other countries. Shared historical experiences of hunger, such as in India, Ethiopia, or the Middle East, create bonds of empathy. Leaders from these countries sometimes reference Ireland's past to highlight global injustices. Ireland, in turn, uses its famine history to advocate for ethical international policy, emphasizing the need to protect vulnerable populations from hunger, displacement, and political neglect. Perhaps the greatest legacy of the famine is its transformation from trauma into moral power. Ireland turned its darkest chapter into a guiding light. The experience of suffering inspired a national identity rooted in compassion, endurance, and cultural pride. The famine is not remembered as a wound alone, but as a source of strength, proof that Ireland can survive tragedy, rebuild, and continue to thrive. Today, as Ireland stands as a modern, democratic, globally connected nation, the memory of the Great Famine remains alive not as a burden, but as a promise. Never again should hunger be ignored. Never again should people be abandoned by their government. Never again should any nation suffer what Ireland suffered. Through remembrance, Ireland honors its past, shapes its present, and safeguards the future. Thank you for joining me on this long, emotional, and powerful journey through the Great Irish Famine. Today, we explored a tragedy that changed everything, not only for Ireland, but for the world. We witnessed starvation, disease, eviction, and mass migration. We followed the stories of women, men, and children who faced impossible odds. We saw how entire communities vanished, how the Irish language faded, how migration networks formed, and how the Irish identity spread across continents. We learned how the famine reshaped politics, inspired nationalism, and created a global diaspora. We saw nations stepping forward to help, and we saw where political failure deepened suffering. We explored memory, trauma, resilience, and the cultural transformation that still echoes today. But above all, the famine teaches us this. A nation can lose millions of people and still rise again. A culture can be wounded but never broken. Suffering can destroy, but it can also inspire unity, compassion, and strength. The moral of this story is simple yet powerful. Human resilience is stronger than tragedy. Memory is stronger than silence. And identity survives even the darkest night. If this journey touched you, inspired you, or opened your eyes to history in a new way, then I invite you, come back to History Teller YT. Here, every story is told with heart. Here, the past breathes again. And here, together, we explore the world through the lessons it leaves behind. Make sure to return for the next historical journey, because the past still has many stories to tell, and I'll be here to tell them. Until then, stay curious, stay inspired, and keep history alive. Only on History Teller YT.